Hello everyone and good morning. I hope you had a great start into this Sunday morning. Sorry. I'm really excited to also commentate the round today for Lichess. And we again have really exciting pairings coming up. So they already started at their location, but since we have a 15-minute delay for fair play reasons, our moves should come in soon. And yes, everyone, hello, good morning, who is already in chess. Hello, Delta. Hello, Linux. hello. And yes, so first thing, because we lost the transmission from the last board yesterday from Bremen against Deizisau. So it was 3.5 to 3.5 when we ended the stream. And actually Deizisau managed to win the last board, so they really closely beat Werder Bremen. So that was a really tough defeat. Yeah, so that's what happened yesterday. We can have a quick look at the standings. So here you can see the overall results with everything included, and down there is Deizisau against Werder Bremen, who managed to win. The other matches weren't that close, so Baden-Baden had a really good win here against St. Pauli. Hamburg won against Bayern München. Even though strong players are missing for all the teams, you need to remember, because the European Championship is happening right now, a lot of people are missing. For example, for Hamburg, usually Rasmus and Frederick Svan are also playing. Good morning, I'm great. Nice to see you here. All guns blazing. Then, yeah, Düsseldorf, they're just destroying as always, I guess. They had really they won every game so far, every match so far, so this is really impressive. Solingen also won against Bad Mergentheim, and then Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied won against Kirchweihe, which was actually super important for them, because before yesterday they were on the second last place. So yeah, that was an important win for them to make sure to not stay on the bottom. And when we can also look at the today's pairings here. So we have no moves yet, but we have super exciting matches coming up today as well. Yes, good morning. Really happy to already see so many people of you here so early in the morning. I mean, it's not too early, it's 10, but on a Sunday it feels even more early. So yes, whatever. This is the pairings for today. And of course, I mean, Arjun Erigaisi is our top player when we look at the ELO, but the whole Düsseldorf team is just, it's just so impressive here. So we will definitely look at that. And then we also have really interesting matches coming up. Yeah, I mean, all of them you can basically pick, but I mean, Keima is also playing again today against Werder Bremen, which is a really tough pairing. So, I mean, just in general, Baden-Baden against Bremen. So this is gonna be super interesting because of both of them. Yeah, playing really good this season. I think Bremen last year scored 3rd place, so that was really strong of them, if I'm not mistaken. So this is gonna be a really interesting match today. And then when we look at the last places, I think Mülheim Nord against Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied could be also really decisive regarding to who's gonna make the league and who not. But yeah, again, we have so many interesting pairings coming up today. So yes, I think they were 3rd place last year, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, first was Viernheim, then second. Okay, I don't want to say anything wrong. I will just check real quick season last year. And then, yes, Bremen was 3rd. 2nd was Baden-Baden, and Deizisau was 4th. So these were the top teams last year, and Düsseldorf wasn't even in the Bundesliga last year. So that's that, yeah. Yeah. Yes, also hi to YouTube. Nice that you're here again. Yeah, Düsseldorf is just crazy. I mean, when you look at their lineup all the time, and most of the players are not even like play. I mean, already the lineup here is crazy, but when you just look who is registered for their team, they also have Gukesh, then they have Wesley So, who also already played games, then Pragnananda, Wei Yi, Yu Yang Yi, Vidit. So they have so many strong players who didn't even play yet, which is also really crazy. Yeah. 5 super GMs on the lineup. I mean, yeah. When you just look at Jan Gustafsson playing on board 7, that just already tells you this should be a strong team. Yeah, it's really impressive. So we can already switch to a board here and wait until we get our first move. Is the Bundesliga the best chess league on club level? Yes, definitely. The German Bundesliga is the strongest chess league. Yeah. 100%. So I don't know another league that comes close to that, to be honest. Okay. We're waiting for the first games, but since it's 14 minutes after it, it just refreshed itself. But you should see the first moves any second. So we have 14 minutes after 10, and with the 15-minute delay, we should start any second. So here we already see the time at the match Hamburg versus Deggendorf. So they already connected the clocks to the boards, which is awesome. So yeah, I'm expecting moves here really, really soon. Do I get invited to play for a team, or do you mean like does top players get invited? Because myself, I'm not a GM, so I'm not getting invited. But yes, how it usually works that the clubs reach out to the players. So that's the normal way. But I mean, players can also reach out to a club if they're not happy with their club or whatever. But I don't have the biggest insights to that since I'm not a Bundesliga player. Yes, it should start any second, actually. So, yeah. Yeah, Jan is an opening expert. He also had a lot of opening courses already released, but a lot of players here have done that. That's a thing that top players do, that they do a course about what they know and then they sell it because they studied so much and they want to share what they learned. So it makes a lot of sense for them to also make money out of all their time they invested into their openings. Yeah. But yeah, Jan Gustafsson is definitely known. Oh, we have the first moves here. We have the first moves. Okay, so Arjun Erigaisi not there yet, it seems like. So his opponent, Valery Kazakuski, also a GM. But it just tells you, when you have a GM and you're still over 200 points stronger, this is just still a crazy different chess level. But yeah, Arjun Erigaisi managed yesterday to win with white a really nice game, which was interesting for so long. But yeah, in the end, he managed to win. But we don't have a move from him yet. Oh, now we have. Okay. Sicilian, knight f3. So the first move will come in quick. Here we have Nepo with white. And maybe you remember with black, yesterday he had a tough time. He was worse for a while. But somehow they kind of blitzed out their game. It was really interesting to see because even though his opponent was winning, they just played so fast and then they had no pieces left and drew. It was really absurd somehow. But yeah, I guess today he for sure wants to win with the white pieces. So let's see how he's trying to deal with the opening. Okay, he's going for d4. And okay, here we have just some time on off. Oh, this is the position now. I mean, here again, we have a lot of things that has been played in the past, like basically everything. I mean, main move is bishop e3, but you can play knight b5, you can take here, you can also play bishop e2, g3. This is like a3, bishop. This is some kind of position where you can play like 20 moves that are possible here, and all of them had been played like so many thousands of times. Yeah, bishop c4 is also possible. Yes. So f3 also. So these are just some lines that haven't played and are all fine to play. So this is really a point where, yeah, really many options here. Thank you for following. Thank you. And good morning. Mr. Just Someone. Arjun and Valerie gonna have a tough game. You think they're gonna have a tough game? You think this is gonna be a tough game here? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's just keep going. So here, Anish Giri, I think he won yesterday with the white pieces. I'm not 100% sure right now. But yeah, again, he's a top player. And you're waiting for the end game. Okay, then you can come back a little bit later when you're waiting for the end game. I think that could take some time before we reach the end game here. Okay, so we have e6, c5. Okay. This is the position now. And here the main move is to take here. Isn't that like some kind of Benoni then? Oh no, he's going for b5. Oh, wait. So in this position he played b5, which is the Blumenfeld counter gambit. And I remember that I looked at this for a... Not like... I just looked at the line really briefly. And I thought it was interesting for black, because you attack like the center from the side. But if white knows what to do, it's really not as good for black. So he took really quickly on e6 and then on b5. So since he didn't take too long, he was probably not surprised and knew what to do here. No, it's definitely not a blunder. It's playable. Black gets a big center here. So he sacrificed this b pawn for getting like a good center here. So yeah, he also He wants to trade this pawn off, so he already has his bishop there. He's just down a pawn, but has a big center. So this is definitely playable, but if white knows what to do, he should be fine. But yeah, Anish Giri is a super strong player, so still not easy. Yes. Yeah, I mean, just in general, when they're in time travel, it always gets really intense. So I'm also looking forward for that, definitely. 100%. So yeah, no, I think it's really interesting because the Blumenfeld counter gambit is definitely not something you see too often on top level. So that is really interesting that he decided to play this. Howell is playing Kamsky. Hello, Marcus from YouTube. I will also look at that game in a second. Thank you so much for subbing. The drunken what? Okay, let's just keep rolling here. Today I want to try to have at least one quick look at all of the games, because yesterday I think we left out, yeah, a handful of games because there are just so many. So let me know if I really didn't cover a specific game that is super interesting. But here to Sandarov, he had a really tough position with black yesterday, but he managed to draw, which was really impressive. Here we have just, yeah, black is playing a King's Indian, which I think is a tough choice against a top player like Sandarov, because you just get all the room here. And I mean, he's probably not gonna get mated. So yeah, King's Indian is a really interesting choice, because I feel like it is known that King's Indian, like on top level, is not really as good anymore. But in my perspective, it's more likely that strong players are still playing against weaker players when they are trying to win. Because this is something when white is not, is not paying attention, it can be really dangerous for white. But I think it's really interesting that here he chooses to play it against a stronger player with black. So that is really interesting for me. But yeah, so this is gonna be an interesting game, I think. King's Indian always gets us really, really nice and interesting games here, for sure. So I'm looking forward to see how this game will proceed. So main move here for sure is for white just shortly, like, just castle. And then black should play e5, probably. I mean, c5 is also an option, but e5 is like the way to play the King's Indian here. And yeah, so we'll see how this one goes. Next one, Andrei Isipenko against, oh god, Ikonikov Vyacheslav. I'm sorry for mispronouncing again. So here, okay, we see that black actually decided to take here. And the idea is to, if white is not taking here, we will try to keep the pawn with b5. And even if you're taking, we can still play b5, get an extra tempo on this bishop. And yeah, we're just saying, okay, you took time to take the pawn, we can attack you. So this is, yeah, playable. So we'll see what white will decide. They can also play here a4 to not make b5 possible. So after a4, we could, for example, play with c5 to attack the center like this. But yeah, again, a lot of options. We'll see how this goes. But I could imagine he just takes the pawn. So there's no trouble with that anymore. What are my thoughts on classical chess versus freestyle? I think it's really interesting to see something else. So I really, really like the concept. But yeah, I don't have too much experience with playing freestyle myself. I'm trying to practice this a little bit more, because I think it can also really help your chess just to understand more, because you cannot really learn so much. But I still have so much love for classical chess, and that will never change. So yeah, really, really interesting question. I don't know. I'm curious where all these things with freestyle chess will go. Definitely. So we'll see. But I think it's good for chess that there is some fresh air bringing new stuff in. So we are, it just updated and we got all the new games. But we just had a look at the match from Düsseldorf against Bad Mergentheim. And so let's have a look at our Bundestrainer, Jan Gustafsson, who passed the 2600 again, which made him really happy. He said that in our podcast, actually. So the thing is that, I mean, you shouldn't care too much about your elo, but when you like are a little bit above or under, like the 100 passage, in this case 2600. It's a little bit also an ego thing. It's nice to see that there's still a 2600 standing. So he just passed again the 2600, and he said that he was really happy about it. And yesterday, what I wanted to say, he had also a really nice game that he won. Just in general, he had a decent season for Düsseldorf. So yes. Bundesliga sound like Formula 1 vibe. I mean, this is the strongest chess league in the world, so definitely, like, you can compare those. It's just a different sport, I would say. Okay, so he is black and decides to develop the knight to d7 first. Takes, and knight b6. Okay, this is definitely not a main line, I would say. I haven't seen this personally. Trying to think. I mean, for sure, maybe the knight can go here sometime, but white can really easily prevent this. Maybe also the idea is that the knight is just out of the way because it's really often just annoying, and now you have the option to just develop your bishop with black. And yeah, so I'm really curious. I mean, you're also controlling this square, so white cannot as easily jump into c5 maybe. But yeah, this is a really interesting move and seems to be really playable here. e3 and bishop f5. So black managed to develop the pieces. And here again, we have the minority here for white. So an idea usually would be to do a minority attack, but maybe the knight is also helping a little bit to prevent that. So I'm really curious what the knight is going to do here in the future. So we should definitely have an eye on that, what is happening here. So I'm seeing there are not a lot of games happened before with this line, but it does have a really good score for black. So top players already played it, but it doesn't have too good of a score for. I mean, it's interesting. So it seems like it's really something here. I mean, if you play with c5 with black here at some point, you have to play with the isolated pawn. I mean, that's something, it really depends. I don't know what kind of players you are, but I usually prefer to play against the Isolani. But when you play with an Isolani, you have to play more active, because if you trade too many pieces, you're just left with the weak pawn. So Isolani means when this pawn cannot be protected by pawns next to it. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't even need to play c5 here, so let's keep on watching. Viktor Bologan against Gastov Alexander, and I remember that he had a bad position yesterday against Wang Gengshun, but when I checked the result this morning, he managed to win. So I don't know what happened there, but he managed to win yesterday with the black pieces. And today he's playing a German IM, Alexander Gastov. So let's just have a quick look at the opening here. Okay, we have a French. Take. Okay, so this also have been played a lot of times. Here you can already play c5. I mean, protected enough. You just need to do something against the center at some point. You can also take on e4 first, and then play knight f6 and then c5 afterwards, also an option. But yeah, you definitely need to have a thought about your bishop, because that's always in the French that's kind of your little problem that you need to solve. So you if you solve the bishop on c8, you usually have a good position in the end. So that's the main thing here. But yeah. Okay, let's keep rolling. So this is the 8th board of Düsseldorf against Bad Mergentheim, and now we get to the first board of Solingen against Dresden. Max Zuglu with a novelty. Okay, shall we just switch real quickly to Max Zuglu if you say that? If you say so, we can watch this real quick. Okay, he's black here. Going for Caro-Kann here. E5, advanced Caro-Kann, and C5. Okay, we already saw this line yesterday in another game. So just giving up the pawn, but you can just develop real quick, try to get the pawn back. Okay, he's not taking. Bishop G4. Yes, that is actually not the main move. The main move would just be to take here and then like develop, have some pressure against the center. So Bishop G4 is already not the main line. So now white decides to take the pawn, E6. So the difference here is definitely if you would have taken already in this position, we would have played E6 immediately, right? And then our bishop would be stuck on C8. So the difference here for white, he decided to have those moves also. So now's the question, for who is it better that we also have the knight and the bishop out? I mean, first thought would be, okay, must be better for black because he developed his bishop, in the other position he doesn't. But maybe it's also kind of tough because you don't have the bishop here to defend, so this is weaker. You also have here weaker squares. But yeah, I think on the first look, it definitely looks like black should be happy to already have the bishop developed here. Bishop E3, knight to E7, check, and this is the position here. And okay, so you say the novelty was here to play knight E7 or what? So main move here seems to be knight D7. But yeah. So we for sure have no games I see here in the Masters database. We still have a few in the Lichess database. So this has been played before. This position still. I mean, you don't have too many moves to choose from. We have 1, 2, and 3 knights that can go there. I think. Oh well, maybe it makes sense to move this knight here because then you like have your bishop freed, and this knight really would want to go here to attack those two pawns. So knight to E to C6 looks really logical to me. Yeah, I mean you could also go here and then later go with a knight here. Also possible, but you should really try to get this pawn back because in the long run that could be annoying. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. So, but yeah, interesting, really interesting game here. I think where we saw it yesterday was in a game of Svenja Butenandt, if I'm not mistaken, and she drew against the GM, so that was really good for her. What about knight c6 and knight g6, Carsten? I think that's also an option, so I think that was also what we saw yesterday. So really often the knight also goes to g6, having more pressure against the pawn on e5. That's definitely also possible. Yeah, if you play like this, I don't know. You can also think about that way for the knight. Yeah, it's always a question where to put your knight, but it definitely need to move again so we can develop our bishop here on c8. Congratulations! Okay, so let's keep rolling here. Okay, we haven't looked at our top German player. I will also do this real quick. Vincent Keimer, I guess that's what you've all been waiting for, to have a look at how he is playing today after he won a really nice game yesterday against David Howell. Also, you said you want to see David Howell, so I also have that still in mind. So after Keimer, we will have a quick overview to the Howell game. Sorry, I forgot that you asked for that. So yes, here with the black pieces today, e5. And okay, we have Ruy Lopez. We saw this before. Knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, and quick b5, taking all the space. And yeah, I mean, here is just like you keep your bishop behind your pawn chain, but this is really often when you want to move your kingside pawn somehow to have your bishop to support, that your king will not get as weak. And yeah, so let's see what he is doing here. So I don't know if he's playing here h6 to... No, I don't think that he will advance anymore here in this position. Howell is in the thing. I would wait to go over that one. Okay. I mean, we can just see what happened in the opening here. h3. Just checking. Okay, bishop goes back to f8, rook c8. This is the position now. Okay, this just looks like a really normal game. We have all of the pieces developed. White has a little more room because they put the knight here on e5, but therefore we played with b5. At some point we would like to maybe play c5. White can also think about maybe going with the plan of d4. We can also get our knight back and play with f4. So there's a lot of ideas here in this position. We also need to remember that these squares are weak. So for black, this is weak if we manage to get a knight here, because we already played h6, right? So g6 isn't as nice because then h6 gets weak, and the same is here. So these are also routes that we can keep in mind here. But yeah, I think for white, c3 would be a normal move to maybe have options of playing d4 here in the future. Yeah, I'm runner-up in the World Chess Championship, true. Ah, that's... So yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, he does have a really strong opponent today, but he's still 100 elo above, so he would like to not just have an easy draw here. And I think this is a good position to just play chess. So yes. Now will I have a quick look at the game of Howell, even though you said he is thinking right now. Okay, here we also have the Ruy Lopez with quick b5, but here the difference to the Keimer game, he didn't play with bishop e7. He decided to have the bishop in front of the pawn chain, and this is the position right now, and he's having a thing. He's already thinking for 10 minutes. Yeah, here a4 is possible. Just attack the pawns here immediately because you cannot take back. So that could be played, but then bishop b7. Normal move, normal position. You can also play with c3 to prepare d4 at some point. So yes, this is the position of Howell. Okay, let's go to the second board of Werder Bremen against OSG Baden-Baden, which is probably, when we look at the both teams today, the toughest and yeah, the toughest match today. So this is definitely really interesting. Good morning, not Jovel. Good morning. Yeah, this is really, it's really interesting here. Yeah, what happened so far? Let's go back to the beginning. Laurent Fressinet used to have a little more elo, didn't he? I'm not sure what his peak elo is. I will look it up real quick. Yeah, definitely great players, 100%. Yes, his highest elo was 2720. I mean, he is a little older, he's over 40 already. But yeah, he was definitely a world-class player. I mean, he still is. So this is, yeah. Not roasting him. I'm just meaning that I think I remember him having a little more elo. That was not supposed to come out mean. I just mean that is a really tough opponent for Maxime Berchier-Lacroix because Laurent Fressinet is a top player. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so he was a world-class player. I cannot say anything here. Well. Okay, here again we have the Ruy Lopez and knight b6. No b5 yet, but okay, this is a... Okay, here we have with quick c5 because our knight went to a5, so this made this possible. We're taking a lot of space on the queen side, but therefore we have here a weak pawn. We can probably not so easy play d5 in the future because a lot of pieces control that square from white. So yeah, this is still okay. He took here with no, not too quick, but this is still theory. Bishop takes and knight d5, knight back to f6 because the job is done, like the knight moved away to make the c-pawn able, but besides that it was not doing a lot, so it's fine to go back to c6 here and a4. So this is the position right now, and yeah, so white does have a really good knight here. Black has some room on the queen side. But yeah, this is an equal position where both sides have different plans. Also, again, here you can try to move the f-pawn in the future somehow. So the plan with d4 is not so easy with the pawns already here on c5 and e5. Yeah. Nice to see you too, Screws. Nice to see you too, and a hello also to Usha from YouTube. When the pawn was still on a3, MVL had the bathtub formation. Yeah, as for everyone who doesn't know, so this pawn structure is known for the bathtub. You see it sometimes, not too often. Just a fun fact, you don't need to know this term, but yeah, that's true. Oh, because Baden-Baden bathtub. Yeah, quite fitting, that's true. But yeah, MVL for sure is... He probably played a lot of games also against Laurent Fressinet since they're both French. So they probably know each other pretty well. What? I'm just checking how old he is. What time difference he has. So he's 1990. He's 9 years younger than Laurent Fressinet. Yeah, some random facts I'm just dropping because I don't know the exact age. Okay, let's go to the next game here. Richard Rapport against Areshenko. And yesterday, Rapport drew his game against a weaker opponent, and Areshenko, I think, won, which was a big win for Bremen, but still didn't lead to the overall win, which we already talked about, which was super close. Bremen almost beat Dai Zizao, but in the end, they lost 3.5 to 4.5. So that was really tense until the last game. But yeah, Areshenko was one of the guys, if I'm not mistaken, who won yesterday for Bremen. So he seems to be in a good shape. So Richard Rapport with black will not have the easiest time today, I guess. We have a Sicilian. So you can say, I would say, when you play on top level the Sicilian, you really want to have a fight. Because this is not the opening you play if you're going for a draw on top level. So he definitely wants to have a game. He wants to have a fight. And yes. So here in the Lichess database, it says this is called the Godiva variation, like Godiva. I have not heard of this name before. I don't know about you. I'm trying to think of, okay, the queen is here attacking the knight, but besides that, it's always like, is the queen really good here? What is happening if we will just attack the queen here? You will just go back. But then what was the point of moving here? Yeah, it's interesting. No, it's not bad. It's playable, but it's definitely not a main line, I would say. Yeah, it's also saying here you can just go back. So yeah, he just wants to get him out of main lines, I guess, because you just want to find something playable these days as a top player. Yeah, the idea is to worsen the knight's position. That makes sense. Okay, now the knight goes back itself. Added the queen, I'm sorry. Bishop d3, a6. But it seems like Areshenko probably was not too surprised because he's still playing super quick here, as you can see when you look at his time. Why I'm not playing myself? Yeah, that's a really good question. Sadly, none of the clubs asked me to play for them, which is super surprising, right? I cannot believe. No, yeah, this is a different level than I'm playing the Bundesliga. So, yeah, yeah, you can ask Mr. Grenke if they need me for their team. I think I would be a great addition next to Eric Geisy and Keimer, for sure. Okay, queen f3. So white is taking the room on the king side and is still ready to castle short side. Maybe we have some pawn push here in the future. A lot of options. Bishop b7, short castle, knight f6. I will just go to the position we have right now. King h1 makes sense to go out of potential checks here in the future. That could be annoying. d6 and bishop d2. So this is the position we have right now. And yeah, black now needs to decide if he wants to go with his bishop to e7 or maybe play g6 and bishop g7. So this would both be playable. Also b4 is an option because the knight then needs to decide where it wants to go. So yeah, on e2 it's not the most active. It could also go to a4 and maybe sometimes have some ideas with the b6 square, but on the other side it's not protected here. So this is yeah, I wouldn't be too comfortable with my knight here on a4, but it seems like this is really playable here. Which is, yeah, on for my I wouldn't want my knight here, but it seems like this is a really playable move. Oh yes, thanks Trilon for the prime sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not playing any leagues. I think that's nothing for me right now. Maybe a women's league one day. We'll see what the future holds. I used to play second women Bundesliga when I was 12 with my club. So that was really nice. We had a lot of strong young strong women, a lot of strong women. But yeah, then we just separate our ways. Our team was not really there anymore. But yeah, I used to play second woman Bundesliga with my hometown club. That was really nice. But yeah, since then I haven't played any league at all, not for my club or anything. I'm more like a tournament person. Okay, he decided to play bishop e7. Yeah, we could think of a4. Okay, he just brought his rooks to the center. So I don't know if you heard of this chess rule. Every piece wants to be a part of the party. And if you think, you can just think like this. This rook is 5 points and now it's 5 points more being involved in the game. So if not all of your pieces are involved yet, it always makes sense just to bring them in there. So yes. My hometown club is Escalon. That's where I'm from. Small Hessian club. Really nice though. That's where I learned to play chess. And I'm really grateful for it. So rook e1 was played. And now again, you can still think about playing b4. You can also just castle. So yeah, I just see that in the Masters database also h5 has been played here. So these are always these moves which I feel like an engine told you that this is playable, and then you look into it and then you find out it's really playable, but it looks so wrong to me to play it. But I guess it's also against g4 maybe. I don't know if g4 is even an idea here with this diagonal. I don't know, just to take some space here, this is protected. But do you still want to castle short side here in this position is my question. Like if you just play moves here, I guess you just are gonna castle long side and then you want to attack here. Okay, this is interesting. So h5 and then you castle long side in this position. Yeah, maybe you don't even, like, it does look a little intimidating to castle into those pawns here because all of our pieces are already staring at this side of the board. But yeah. Yes, there's also this Hessian song I really know, and yeah, it's a nice one. Okay. Let's look to the fourth board of Bremen against Baden-Baden. So what do we have here? What happened here so far? Five. Short castle. Rook e1. Okay, we have again the Ruy Lopez here. Yeah, you see this opening just a lot on top level chess because Black just really gets decent positions here that are playable. And yeah, now he takes the space. He already has his rook in play, so this looks really comfortable actually for Black already. Everything sorted out, all of the pieces developed. This one is not even developed. You have a weak square here. So it seems like black made a good job. I mean, okay, white does have the A file, but on the first look, I would choose black here. But yeah, it seems like after knight g3, everything should be fine. We can also attack the center with d4 in the near future, and then we should be fine. So example, this, you just, I don't know, maybe go here. So this is... c4 is the idea. Attacking this. And if you take here, I'm just taking back. Okay, yeah. But I mean, this looks intimidating, so we for sure need to do something. But c4 looks like a good response. Okay, what have we not seen yet today? Let's look at Dennis Wagner versus Alexander Kovacevic. I think he drew yesterday. I'm not 100% certain, but I think he drew. He was a pawn up in an uneven endgame, uneven bishop. So yes. Yeah, we have a lot of Ruy Lopez today. Okay, knight f3, g3. Just saying, yeah, whatever. I'ma just play my setup here. Let's see what you do against it. But yeah, since this is not too aggressive, black has all the time to play with d5 and c5 and also be active in the center. d4 takes. Okay, now we have this position. This is interesting. It seems maybe boring on the first look, but there's a lot of potential. So first of all, this is super weak. If we move the bishop, this is just hanging, but we also have a weak pawn here on c4. So these are the issues. So black has this issue, white has this issue, and yeah, you need to solve it. So maybe queen b6, protecting this pawn and making this bishop ready to develop. Because if this bishop makes it to c6, that's really nice for black. But yeah, so he did play e5. e5 also a really common idea here to make it also possible for the bishop to develop to e6 or f5. And this is the position now. And you can also play with knight c6 here, so then you're making yourself ready to develop your bishop, because right now, as I said, not possible. Yeah, knight c6 looks really logical here for Dennis Wagner. Top German player and married to Dinara Wagner, who had the most beautiful game yesterday. So I'm really excited to watch her game again today. So she is next to Elisabeth Petz, the strongest woman in Germany. So really nice to see her playing in the German Bundesliga as well. And she will also play the European Women's Championship starting next weekend, I think. So this is also gonna be a big deal for her, because she can still qualify for the World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. So this is also gonna be a big thing. So yeah, just nice to see her play again. And she's playing against a CM. So today she's really in favor, elo-wise. And she's also white. So let's see what she'll do out of it. Okay, we again have here, so you maybe remember that in this position Anish Giri played b5, the Blumenfeld counter gambit. So I also want to have a look at his game in the near future, because that's really unusual, but at top level niveau to play here with b5. Okay, he took on d5 and then play d6, knight c3. Okay, yeah, this is some kind of, yeah, Benoni. Because you do have this yeah, you have way less room, and it's like the engine always tells you that it's way better for white, but that at some point it's always like then black has gotten out and suddenly have a good position. So the idea for black is always to play with b5, and we want to prevent b5. So if it's threatening, we go with a5, maybe also a4 in the future. We can think about playing with e4 with white. So yeah, this is not seen a lot Benoni on top level anymore at all. Not really anyone is playing this, considering this. Short castle, knight regrouping, also to have the bishop here activated. a4, preventing b5, makes sense. Oh, and this is the position now. This is the position, and I'm really surprised that Dinara is so up on time against her opponent, because her opponent played the Benoni, right? Elizabeth Pates is retiring. Yes, she already said a couple of times that she wanted to play less, but she now also said it officially. I think it's not, I don't know if I didn't hear the latest thing, but I don't think it's like she doesn't want to play like at all anymore, but she definitely wants to play less. Or yeah, but I think we will still see her at some events in the future, is what I would think, but I don't want to spread misinformation if I didn't hear the latest update. But yeah, she for sure is not playing for the national teams, I guess, in the near future, for the German national teams. But yeah, not 100% sure what the latest update is. But yeah, she already said in interviews that she's also really happy to for Dinara Wagner. She kind of takes the new lead role for the woman in the German chess. So yeah. So with white, we also can play with f4 and maybe push for e5 sometime in the future. But f4 is also nice to just take the square here, because black would really like to have a piece there. So f4 looks really reasonable. And then just put the knight here on c4. Develop the last pieces here. I don't know, maybe first to d2. Something like this. Okay, yeah, I'm curious how this is gonna go. Just looking at the list right now, here we should look to next, but I would just go back. Okay, maybe we can have a quick look at the match Mülheim-Nord against Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied, because as I said, this is really decisive on perspectives who is gonna stay in the league, because both of them are not having the greatest season. I think right now they're on the last and second last place. So this could really be decisive to collect some points here. And this is Daniel Friedmann, a super strong German GM who also won the Grenke Chess Festival in 2019 against Martin Krämer, also strong German GM. And yeah, what happened here in the opening? This looks really interesting, actually. Knight f3, g3. Oh, and black decided to play with c5 and b5. Just taking all the space here. And knight a3. Okay, knight a3 I think is a really interesting move. I mean, b4 is not really good, because then we can just go to c4, and that's a nice square for our knight. And I guess we want to develop is to c2, and then we also have power to promote d4 with our knight here on c2. So that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, interesting route here. Knight a3 on the first look looks kind of weird, but it makes sense. It's definitely doing something. And also we're attacking this pawn. So black need to think about how they want to protect it. And then we can just go with c3. That makes sense, I think. You heard in the interview with Fide. Yeah, she said it on a few occasions already that she wants to play less. Yeah, so this is gonna be really interesting match of those two teams. So let's go back to Arjun Erigaisi against Valery Kazakuski. E4, C5. As I said, I think we haven't seen this. Like, we only saw the first two moves and then we already went to the next game. So, okay. Here it is known that bishop d2, bishop d7 leads to not too exciting games. So there's kind of this unspoken thing when you play like bishop d7, you're more fine with a draw. But if you want to play on, you are more likely to play with knight d7 to keep the bishops on the board. Knight c3, and the bishop goes back to e2. b6, white gets a quick e4 here, takes queen, queen takes. Yeah, I mean, now since the knight is already on d7, you don't have immediate knight c6 to attack the queen right away. So yeah, white can also just go there with the queen. Bishop b7, short castle, and e5. Yeah, e5 is a really common plan here. So it always looks a little bit weird because you are weakening this pawn so much here. But therefore you get nice squares, you get the center, and this pawn is usually good protected, and white cannot win this pawn easily. So I will just forward to the position right now we have, which is this one. Arjun Erigaisi already invested some of his time here. Yeah, so we could play knight d5 here. What then? Takes, b4, knight e6, and then we take here. And this seems to be good for white. So yeah, this is interesting. Why can we not go b4 immediately? All right, because the bishop is still protecting this pawn. I mean, and if we want to win this pawn. So normally it's a rule, like, you don't want to take back here with a pawn. Because, yeah, this pawn is just not as weak when there's a pawn standing in front, because then you cannot attack it as easily. But in this position, yeah, you have the threat with this pawn. So if you're what happens if you're not taking back and keep your bishop here? We're still gonna play with b4 and c4 and stuff and have a really nice position here. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Okay, so in this position, it seems like knight d5 is a nice move here. Ooh, okay, so we got a recommendation from Marcus again that we should watch the Trigubov versus Pavel game. So there was a bishop takes h2. That sounds really interesting to me. So let's switch over to that one. Trigubov, okay. I think we haven't covered any of those yesterday. So this is the second board on the Mülheim versus Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied. e4, e5. Okay, we have some Petrov defense, taking back, d4, all but played before here. Still main line, short castle, c4, c6, rook e1. Yeah, this is still main line here. Okay, I think this is not main line here, knight g5. Okay, knight g5 is just offering to trade some pieces, and if you take like this, then this bishop is also hanging here. So he's not reacting to this, and now we just take pieces with white. This knight looks kind of shaky here, to be honest, because it doesn't really have nice squares to go. Okay, but right now this is attacked. So if you attack here, we can take here. And we also do it. So here we are pawn up. Ah, okay, now I see the tactic. If we take here, this one is hanging. So then it was just king f1. And this is the position here. And white still has 1 hour 32. So I guess he knew this line with bishop takes h2. I guess he was looking for a trap somewhere or just hoping for g3. I mean, he played bishop h2 to win this pawn back. So I don't think that it's necessarily an odd move. It's actually the best thing to do here to take this pawn. But yeah, why is g3 not working? Quick question. Because if you take, then there's a check here, and then this one is hanging, right? Or you go queen f5 first. Because when you take, you can take back with a knight. So you go here first, attacking this knight, and if it moves, then we can go here. Yeah, that makes sense. Queen f5 first here is the resource we do have as black after g3 is played. So that's why queen f3, just developing some pieces here. Yeah, so if black doesn't know what to play, that's not really easy, because you still need to watch out for your bishop here. So now g3 is threatening, but it seems like f5 is the best move, and after c3 you trade here and then rook e8. But I mean, to play f5, if you don't, I mean, he obviously hasn't analyzed this position before because he already spent half of his time. But yeah, f5 is the move. If you just go back with your bishop because g3 is threatening, we will just keep developing here, and yeah, you have just less space. We have one extra center pawn against this pawn on h2, and we have more space, so this is really a nice position to play with white. Has Bulugan blundered? Where's he playing again? Let's see. Okay, so let's look at that. Oh, okay, something happened here. I mean, he already had a worse position yesterday. I kind of want to look at what happened there also. So what was the last thing we saw? So we did see that we had a French. We saw this position and we talked about that, yeah, c5 is a good move, but we didn't see it when we were here the last time. So c5 was played, and we talked about that black needs to think about what to do with his bishop on c8. He takes here. Okay, goes back, and now knight c6 was played. Okay, knight c6. I mean, the idea is, I guess, when you take back, and then you get the rook also. But I don't really understand, because in this position you can just go here with your bishop, and this is protected, right? So now you're just you just gave up 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. And this is usually not good. Not really. Like, the pieces are usually better. Expect, like, when you are in an endgame, maybe a little bit different, but here the 2 pieces should be better. But yeah, he decided to play this position, which is really interesting. It's really interesting that he decided this is a good choice, because the bishop pair can get super strong here for black. Yeah, knight c6 is a really interesting move here to be played. I mean, he doesn't really have another choice but taking on c6, because his queen is attacked, and wants to trade, then we do get the whole rook, because now the queen is not protecting, right? So he does have to take here and play bishop d7. Yeah, I mean, the engine says it's way better for black already, because the two pieces are usually better than a rook and a pawn, but it's still a playable position, I would say. So you cannot just say, yeah, he is losing or whatever. But yeah. Really interesting though. Thanks for pointing that out, Victory. That's really interesting. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a move he really wants to win with white, so he goes for that to get an imbalance. He could have just kept developing here. There was no problem at all here. Just do something. But yeah, okay, so this has been played. Now bishop d7 has to be played, so the rook on a8 is protected by the queen. So I think this will also happen fast. Yeah, it does seem really risky. I agree, not Jovel. I definitely agree. And thank you so much for following, Pauli. Also, guys, did you know, I think I already mentioned yesterday, but that St. Pauli, who's also there, Baden-Baden, Werder Bremen, and Deizisau are playing in a soccer stadium this weekend in Hamburg. Like in a huge stadium. It's really nice, actually. So they thought of something special for this these strong matches this weekend, because St. Pauli is playing against Baden-Baden yesterday and today against Deizisau, which are super strong teams. Okay, so he played in this position queen d4 really quick. Yeah, kind of pinning the queen to this pawn, because otherwise this would be hanging. Maybe also preventing e5 to be played. Knight can also not move, because g7 would be hanging right now. Just centralizing the queen, and then I guess he needs to get his pawns rolling somehow. Maybe he'll play with c4. Oh, black could also play bishop c6 and then threatening on g2 to just takes. Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. Yeah, I'm really curious how this is gonna proceed, so remind me to come back to this game in case I forget about it. Okay, let's go here. Oh, okay, we lost transmission here, I guess, because we still didn't get a move. after bishop b5 check. So where else can we check again? So Arjun Erigaisi, we saw that he played with e5, now rook c8. Yeah, how can whites play? We still have the option of playing this line here with giving up this pawn, but then getting this pawn. So yeah, that would be a good thing here to do. We could also play f3 here to first protect everything. Maybe try to trade the knights this way. So yeah, Erigaisi. Or Erigaisi, I actually don't know how it's pronounced the right way. Okay, but what are the black plans here? I mean, for sure he needs to castle soon. I mean, he would like to be able to play b5, but this is in a really good control of white. Maybe we'll get to play f5 sometime. Is b4 directly possible? Well, the thing is, right now the bishop is still protecting this pawn. So after b4 we just go back with the knight, and we also have a little bit of weaknesses because now after knight d5 I think c2 is hanging, right? So this is not so easy. So in this position, takes. Yeah, this is just not working. Also the queen is attacked. Yeah, but I also thought about b4 first, but it seems like first we should go here. I'm also curious if he takes with the bishop first. Oh, then it's fine to let him capture, because we go here, knight is attacked, then we can still play b4 or what? Because he has no way to protect the knight, right? If he could protect it, then we're still not able, but he have to move it away, and then we can still play b4. And a6 gonna be weak. So yeah, this is the position here. Okay, let's see how Nepo is doing here. Oh wow, there's been a lot happening and the king is still in the middle of the board and white didn't think a lot. So let's see what happened here again. Thank you so much for following. So we do have the Sicilian here. Oh, have we looked at this position before? I don't remember us looking at this position before. So we have long castle by white, and black still needs some time to develop all of their pieces. So here he offers a queen trade, but yeah, it's just also a really nice rule. Like, why should you take yourself? This just develops the opponent. Just say if you want to trade the queens, you can take yourself. This is just helping us to have a better developed piece, because then we have pressure here. So there's no reason to take here ourselves. And so we're just trying to attack this pawn structure here. Knight a2, f3, and d5. And yes, so in this position, it seems like a good move actually is to take here, because after takes, takes, this is just hanging on b4, right? So we are, okay, I need to think, wait, this one is also hanging. Takes, but then we can take here, I guess, right? Oh, we immediately take here. That's also possible. Yeah, So, and this is the actual position, and we can take here 2 times and then take here, and then this one is also hanging, and we just have a strong A pass pawn, and the king is still not castled, so you also need to take time to do that. Greetings to Chile back. Nice to hear that. Yeah, so seems that Paulius Pultinevicius messed a little bit up here with this move. So better would have been to take himself here and then just develop. Because if he trades this bishop, then the pawn on b4 is no longer protected. Yeah, so this was not a really good move here. March Madness and yeah, Mumful. Yeah, really surprising, right? But yeah, really interesting here. I'm sure Nepo will take on c5. It just makes sense, right? Because the thing here is that black like wanted to start an attack, but as soon as the queens are traded off, there's no attack anymore, and we just better develop and can collect some pawns. So this is really a move that I think is gonna be played here. Okay, should we have another look at the Bundestrainer board? What happened here? Okay, so a few moves happened. I think the last thing we saw was, so this was the interesting thing with the knight going to b6, right? So this I have not seen before. Bishop f5, and then he trades up the bishops, which is good for black because his pawns are more likely on white, also if he's gonna play with c6, which he is. So this bishop is color-wise a little bit better because, yeah, the white pawns are mostly on black. So short castle, bishop e7, h3, rook c1, rook e8, rook c2. And yeah, so in these Karlsbader structures, it is really often, so white ideally wants to play like this, but here the minority attack is not so attractive because then we give up this pawn forever, this square forever, because we cannot protect it with a pawn anymore. So I guess that's why this might be not the best plan here. And black just want to take control in the center here. I mean, it's a little bit surprising that firstly he played bishop e7 and then a few moves later bishop d6. Guess he also could have done this immediately. But yeah, he decided to play it like this. And yeah, this is the position we have right now. He's playing against an IM from France. Yeah, I think in the match Mülheim versus Weisbach, we lost the transmission. So I hope they're fixing that soon. But yeah, I think you're right. I think there's some I think there's some issue with the transmission right now. I think so too, yes. Yeah, I'm happy that you can hear me clear, because that's also, like, you never know with all this technique, right? Yeah, but I mean, I may be a little biased, but I'm for sure here for Jan Gustafsson. Maybe there are also some French fans here in the chat, but yeah, I would like Jan to play a good game here. But yeah, I mean, he is in favor. I mean, it would also nice if Bad Mergentheim beat Düsseldorf today. Well, maybe I change my mind, and I think it would be really nice if Bad Mergentheim managed to beat Düsseldorf, because they're a huge underdog. And it would be nice also for future matches to see that Düsseldorf is not just winning every single match. So yeah, maybe that's also a point, right? But Mergentheim also just got into the first Bundesliga, and they're doing good so far. I mean, not too good. They're on the third last place, but this is a really tough league. And they had a really good match against Solingen yesterday. They scored 3 points, what was close at some points. But yeah, so let's look at this matchup between those two. So this is the position right now. Okay, trying to think what could be a move here. What if I just go active here? What is black doing? Okay, maybe just g6, right? Maybe just b3 to not have the knight do anything here. But yeah, this is really a point here. Hello, Scheuergras. Yeah, I mean, elo-wise, it's really tough for him, because if he only draws, he will already lose some elo. Okay, yeah, I'm curious how this will proceed, what the plan here for white is. Maybe just dropping the queen back, and then maybe trying to trade this bishop, trying to get the knight here. A lot of ideas. I'm also curious what happened here. So this was the game where Victor Bologan decided to sacrifice knight and bishop against pawn and rook, which is considered to not be as good, because 2 pieces are usually a little better. And here also he's thinking for 2 minutes, so not for too long in this position. But yeah, black has the bishop pair. So I mean, white's plan is probably gonna be to get the pawns rolling a little bit, because we do have a passed pawn, and black just wants to make something out of the bishop pair, get the pieces to better squares. And the thing is, we have 2 pieces against 1 piece, if you think like this. So it's easier for us to attack everything 1 time more. So that is always the issue, right? That we just have more pieces to attack. Yeah. Okay, what is black doing after bishop e3? Just attacking this pawn, maybe just a5, also taking some space here on the queen side. We go c4, trying to build up a pawn, but now a5 is already nice, because we cannot as easily like go with our pawns here. And then maybe bishop g6, controlling this here. Yeah, and if we have to play something like f3, already weakening our king a little. Knight d7, I don't know, we try to go here. We can also like just try to get a little bit more active here with our pieces, try to open up the position, try to get to the king. Would you trade queens with white or black? I think with white I would more likely to want to trade queens here. Because yeah, with the queens on the board, there are just so many weaknesses in the white squares, and the less pieces there are, the less pieces we have to attack. So yeah, I guess white would want to trade queens here. I mean, for example, in this position, we could think about this. Takes, takes. Also getting our knight somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, still, I would still prefer the black pieces here. In this position, here, but this one is hanging too. And then we have wait a second. Yeah, wait, this is working. Okay, so in this position we can take here. Seems like. Yeah. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out, Scheuergras. Yeah, because if you take on 8, we can just take back with the bishop. Okay, let's see what Anish Giri did out of his Blumenfeld counter gambit. So just a quick reminder, he played here with b5, takes, takes, so he is a pawn down, but therefore he got the center. Big center here. Bishop b7, developing pieces. And this is the position now. Okay, so this is, he's still down the pawn and still has the center. So he's definitely playing for activity in this game. He can also think about playing e5 to take even more space here, maybe e4 at some point, because this knight cannot go here. We have really nice control over this. So I actually really like the move e5. And maybe white already kind of need to play e4 himself so that we will not do that. So here we could already go for the passed pawn, but it seems like it's better to just retreat our knight from a6 first. Yeah. Why does queen takes e7 fail there though? Would that be queen f3 followed by bishop h3? Yeah, we can look at that again. So, wait, what queen was that again? That was a Bologan game, right? Just a little confused. That was this, right? And we said when... Okay, we had... sorry, guys. We had the line when this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, right? So when you play this immediately, we can just go f3. So then there's no mate anymore. And if we take here, then yeah, he takes back. And then we are material-wise the same. But a good move here is actually queen e4. I guess because now we also threaten after f3 to go this direction here. So this is a really strong move here. Okay, we can also just take here, but also queen g6. So queen e4 is the move. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, but really interesting position. But I could imagine that after bishop c6, he will just play f3. Okay, yes, sorry. Let's go back to the Anish Giri game. So this was the position, and I think e5 is really a nice move here, and e4 is threatening, so we should probably play this ourselves. And then here, knight c7. Not immediately playing this, because then we also give up this square, which is really nice square for f2 white. So queen f3 fails. Yeah, okay, let's look at it again. In this position here, we still have e5, so that's the difference. The queen wants to retreat to g3 to prevent this mate, and in this position we still have e5. So that's the difference between queen e4 and queen f3. Yeah, but queen f3 is still a good move. Yes. Nice to hear, Bjarne. I appreciate that. Okay, yes, so we just saw Anish Giri. How is Nepo doing? Did he take? Yes, he did take the queen here. So now he can also trade off here, take here, and if this has been taken, we can take an a6 and are up a pawn in the end. So he can just win a pawn and have a really nice a pass pawn. So this looks really good for Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, and he's doing it. He is doing that. Okay, should we watch Vincent Keimer again? German #1 player. So I think we had kind of this position when we watched the last time. Yeah, bishop f8 we already saw. I think this was the position we saw. Rook e1. Okay, knight's going back. Maybe f5 at some point. Okay, this knight also going back. I mean, we want to also play c5 maybe in the future. c4 himself. Okay, and the knight goes to g6. I mean, as I said, like this can be a weak square in the future, right? So, okay, so white is trying to take all the space they can get. I think now is a good point to play c5 ourselves, to also have some speak in the center. And c5 is also nice because, I mean, if you take, we just take back and we don't have this weak pawn anymore. Everything is protected, and maybe we can also get a knight in here sometime. So okay, let's if this is, we can also go here. Maybe this in the future. Everything's just protected. So here, yes, c5 seems like a good move to not let him take too much space. Yeah, if we do like a nothing move here. Ooh, knight b4 seems a little bit uncomfortable because this one is hanging, and we can also go to c6. You think Ivic has a advantage in the long run perspective? I mean, those pawns could also get weak, right? Yeah, but definitely right now he does have more space, and it seems easier to play the moves for him. But yeah, c5 seems like a good move here for black. Okay, let's keep watching. Oh, what do we have here? A lot happened since we watched last time. Wow, what happened here? So here we also had an Ruy Lopez, where we played with c5, retreated our knight back. I think this was the last time we watched here. b4, a4. Okay, so a4 is played that black cannot play a4 himself. A5, I'm sorry, a5. And like if you take here, we can take on f6 and then on e6, and then this is hanging. So this is why this pawn here is not hanging. King h8 and c3, h3, and this is the position now. Really interesting, because still this is a weakness in the long run, but since he didn't play a5 himself, this is also gonna be a weakness a little. Really interesting position. Yeah, what would happen if we just take here? Oh, you first take here. That makes sense. You first take here, because if you take here, then we can just take back and our pawn up. But as soon as we take here, you'll take here. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. We have updates on board 1 to 16. Thank you so much, Linux, for always letting us know. So yes, then we will check there again. We also had really interesting games over there. So one was this, where we had the novelty chat set here. So, okay, he did play knight e to c6, which makes a lot of sense to free this bishop. This knight can still go here, attack those two pawns. So this is a really logical move here. c5, a6. Taking off f3 first. Okay, in this position right now, we're still a pawn down, but this one is attacked. So, okay, we can also just take here. I was wondering, what if he would have taken here and then play like f4? So right now we're a pawn down, aren't we? But it seems like this position is completely fine to play with black. Interesting. Why is it so okay, this position? Because this pawn can get really strong. Ah, we just threatened to go here and here, so this one is falling, I guess. We cannot really prevent him from winning this pawn back. I see. Okay, that makes sense. So this is fine, because one of the pawns we're gonna win back with black, and then it's fine position. Yes, yes, yes. Oh yes, thank you, not Jobel. Yeah, so here he has a decent position. If he managed to win one of those pawn back, he just has a good position here. Yeah. Just a good position. Really nice, really nice. Okay, so he just took this pawn here. Takes, takes, takes. Oh. Okay, we are taking with the queen. Yeah, because if we take here with the rook, then he can take on c4 himself. So we take here first, he just goes away. And then we are pawn up, aren't we? Why is this position so equal? Oh, because this one is also hanging. Okay, yeah. We can just, okay, so this is just a big trade. So he took here, but in the end this one is also falling. Really interesting. Okay, so let's keep watching. What other interesting games you had? Oh, yes, I'm curious about this one, how Dinara is doing right now. I'm really curious about that. Because Dinara, top woman in Germany. Okay, so I think the last thing we saw was she played a4. And yes, so we already said the knight has a really nice square here on c4. We don't want to trade it though, so better go back. a5. a5 is also like preventing this because we can always take en passant. Now the knight can go back to c4 without trading. We really don't want to trade pieces here as white because we have so much more space and it just makes the life easier for black if we trade pieces. So that's why she just went back and then came forward again when the knight was back. Knight b6, and this is the position right now. So yeah, we can just develop our bishop here, maybe bishop f4. We can also I don't know, maybe just play rook b1 so that there's no danger when we develop our bishop and move the knight. Maybe also play b4 sometimes ourselves in the future. Rook b1, b4. Maybe. I mean, he's maybe gonna try to trade this one again. h3 maybe, yes. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is like a good move because we can still play f3. So, I mean, you're right that we don't want to trade this bishop for sure. But I think h3 is not even necessary because we can play f3. If he was a knight, if we still had a knight here, then for sure that would be good to not let him trade the bishop against a knight. But here we can just play f3 in case he plays bishop g4, I think. No, I think f4 is definitely a good idea because f4 is also taking this square from him, which is really nice for his pieces. But right now he's just gonna... Yeah, okay, so let's look at it. f4, knight d7, and we still don't want to trade, right? So if we just go back... Oh, he can go in here. This can also be annoying, right? If he plays knight b5 here. I mean, as soon as we play f4, then this is for sure a little weaker. Maybe he'll just play b6. He just wants to trade the pieces. So yeah, maybe f4's too optimistic here. Okay, what happens after bishop f4 and knight to d7? Oh, this one is just super weak here. Yeah, so the bishop here is nice, also having an eye on this one here. Mm-hmm. Okay, no, I'm curious how this is gonna go. Oh, we already have one draw here. Etienne Bacro against Zbigniew Radcek. Sorry, this was probably not good pronounced. Okay, so you're allowed to offer a draw after move 20. This happened in move 21. So let's see. We had an exchange French, which is known to be not to be the most exciting, completely symmetrical position here. Trading the bishop against the knight. Okay, so white has a bishop, therefore black has two knights here. Yeah, and then just a draw. So here already he just moved his queen back and forth, right? You see here. He was just, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, there's not too much happening. So he took the first chance to offer a draw and black took it. Not an exciting game. I understand why they played a draw here. I totally do. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first game though that's done. All the other games are still playing. Okay, I think we haven't watched Leonardo Costa today yet. Really good young player who just won yesterday. And okay, let's look what happened in his game. He is black today. Yesterday he won with white. And yeah, here you see he already crossed the 2500 elo. He just needs his last GM norm. Really strong young player. Playing with c5, taking the center he can get. Okay. Okay, so this is the position, and as you can see, white played with e4 and h4, h5. So they're really trying to first close up the position so that he's not gonna take himself. And I think he, yeah, yeah, he took all the space he could get at the king side. So let's see if he can, if he tries to make some kind of attack out of it. I mean, he still has the g pawn where he could go like g4, g5 maybe. This would be an idea, I guess. So I mean, if you do nothing, if you just do like rook, okay, rook c8 is apparently, yeah, we can go g5 here. And after takes, you can just go back to e7. I'm trying to understand why he played bishop f8. But now, yeah, g4, g5 is definitely an option here to play. Against anything under 2,400, I'd play on and on and on with white, see if black wants to overstretch. Yeah, sure. I mean, you do have the bishop, so I think you're talking about the position, the exchange French, which ended in a draw. But yeah, for sure, you can still play this. Yeah. But it's just not the most exciting thing to happen, and they're also happy, I guess, with a draw on a Sunday in this boring position. But yeah, for sure, you can play this position on 100%. Yeah, no, this is a really interesting game. I would rather have white here. It seems like you really have to be a little bit... Okay, what if we just take here and take here? And then go g4. Maybe that's also an option. d4. Takes. Yeah, he trying to... Yeah, if he trades too many pieces, we have nothing left to attack, so probably still fine for black. He just needs to play d4 in the right moment, and then everything should be fine. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a quick break. So everyone, get yourself some drinks, a coffee, whatever. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes and hope we get nice view moves in between. I'll make you, what board do you want to see? Oh, I will just do the overview of several games. Okay, see you in a bit. Da bin ich wieder. Hallihallo. Ich habe mir schnell noch was zu essen gemacht und was gesnackt. Ich hoffe, ihr habt die Pause auch alle gut überstanden. Vielen Dank fürs Folgen. Und ihr habt auch im Chat geschrieben, dass Claudia Collin schon Remis gespielt hat gegen Rainer Buhmann. Da konnten wir ja gestern nicht so viel reinschauen, weil wir lange keine Partie hatten. Keine Stellung bei Claudia Collin, aber auch eine Top-Frau, die hier mit in der Bundesliga mitspielt. Und in dieser Stellung hat hier Rainer Buhmann mit Schwarz Remis geboten. Und ich meine, gut, der offensichtliche Zug wäre natürlich hier rauszunehmen. Und wir haben, gut, gleich viel Material, aber der Bauer ist natürlich schwach und unser Läufer ist besser als der. Also, wenn jemand besser steht, dann weiß. Aber gut, Schwarz ist natürlich auch hier starker Großmeister. Rainer Buhmann hat sich hier anscheinend entschieden. Gut, machen wir heute früh Feierabend und nehmen wir das Remis an. Ja. Kann man hier auf jeden Fall machen. So, was ist sonst noch so in der Abwesenheit passiert? Steht hier schon irgendwo jemand klar besser? Oh, ich bin wirklich, diese Partie, die hat mich heute gefesselt, ne? Das war ja hier diese Stellung, wo Weiß 2 Figuren gegen Turm Bauer geopfert hat. Okay, Schwarz wird hier versuchen, irgendwann vielleicht was nach C5 zu stellen. Oh mein Gott. I just switched to German. I'm so sorry, guys. Yes. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yes, no, for sure. I will keep speaking English. I just didn't think. It came out of my mouth. But yeah, what I said was that that Claudia Collin took the draw, even though her position was probably a little bit better. Yeah. I thought I opened the wrong channel. No, I'm so sorry, guys. I just forgot that I was speaking English, or I didn't realize that I switched to German, but thanks for reminding me. I thought I'd gone crazy for a second. No. I don't know. I forgot to speak English. This is actually kind of funny. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. But funny that you just waited 5 minutes before you wrote something just listening to me talking German. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so here, this was the position where White sacrificed 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. You were enjoying it? Okay, awesome. Just listening to a foreign language. Yeah, why not? Oh, this is funny. Okay. Yeah, I came back to German chess matches about the draw. Yeah, probably I just read something German and then it just came out in the wrong language. Yeah, no, I think this is still like a really interesting position. Like in these kind of positions, you really need to question yourself, what do I want to trade and what should keep on the board? And I think for White, it could be beneficial to get like the bishops off the board so that Black doesn't have the bishop pair anymore. Okay, Queen needs to move away. Maybe Queen C3. Yeah, we should get our queen somehow in the game. I don't know if this is happening like over this route, but on C8, this queen is really not doing anything. Ooh, okay, but when you tried to learn German and almost didn't even notice that I was speaking German, I guess that's a good, that just shows that, like, your German is pretty good when you didn't, like, immediately realize that. No, we should definitely come back to this position. I mean, White would really like to get the pawns going, but Black just has too many pieces preventing that. And at some point, black could really try to push forward here, but maybe first get some pieces here on the file. Something like this, something like this. Yeah, maybe queen f8 here. Okay, so what happened here? First board Solingen versus Dresden. There happened a lot. This king looks really loose, really loose here. So let's see. I don't remember did we even watch this at once? I don't think we had a look at this game today. So Max Warmerdang, really strong and young player from the Netherlands. And then we have Jurgis Pešak, where I actually don't know how old he is. But yeah, also really strong grandmaster here for sure. I will do this. So, okay. Yeah, so he took this pawn here, and so there's the line where after knight takes e4, bishop b4, bishop d2, queen takes d4, you're up a pawn, but it's super dangerous for black to play. I think after bishop b2, queen takes e4, bishop e2. I mean, you can even take here, but this is already completely lost. You're just not developed at all, right? So this is, like Engine says, it's playable, but I think, like, it's always really tough to when you're up a pawn, but you're not developed at all. But white decided not go into this line. Instead, he played bishop e3, which is a sideline. Knight c. Oh, and here already he had a thought. So he was maybe not expecting him not to play this. So, I mean, he already, when he played this, okay, he played this move quick. But, okay, he just was like, yeah, whatever, I'm just not going into the line. I will get the pawn back later somehow, maybe. Okay, interesting. He decided to castle alongside. Different side castling, and he took advantage of that really quick. Like, he was just, you castling alongside, I will attack you here. I have b5 in the line, I will open up lines. So this is some nice move. He decided not to take here, instead he's going there. But this is also now showing this is a really nice square for blacks now in the future, and this is also weakness. I mean, it's protected a lot, but still can be also attacked really easily. Or you're just so used to speaking in German. I mean, good for you, good for you. Okay, takes. And white finally gets the pawn back, but therefore his king is just super insecure somehow. I mean, he's also trying to attack a little here by himself. But to be honest, this king just looks so much more insecure. Okay, this is the position. Was this even threatening something? Is this even threatening something, this knight move here? What if I just play rook b8? Okay, maybe after bishop d3 we need to be a little bit careful here. Then we still have to play g6. So we might as well play it already. But yeah, I don't understand what this move is doing. Does he want to make his f-pawn walking, maybe? Because if he wants to play bishop d3, he can do that immediately. Okay, whatever. It happened g6. And yeah, I mean, black for sure still needs to be a little bit... yeah, look out a little bit for his king, but I would definitely say this king is more safe than this one here. I mean, look at this. It's like day of open doors. I don't know if you'll say it like this in English, but yeah, it's really, really loose here. And we always have the option to trade our bishop on a6 if we want to, because this was a problem child here with all the pawns on white, but we have the option to trade it when the knight goes anywhere. So yeah, I'm not even sure, like you can also just go here. We cannot take because of mate, so the knight can just stay here and chill there. So yeah, maybe you could also play like this. Really interesting position though. Really, really interesting position. Okay, I think we also haven't watched this game yet today. Pentala Hari Krishna against Peter Michalik. Pentala Hari Krishna, super strong Indian grandmaster, second of Gukesh for his World Chess Championship. So yeah, this position looks like they're really advanced in the game already. When we count the pawns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So white is up a pawn, plus black has a double pawn. But we've seen this a lot this weekend. We have different colored bishops. So as soon as the rooks disappear from the board, this is a really easy draw. So I guess, yeah, black really still does have a lot of drawing potential, because as soon as we try to advance with our pawns, black can just get rid of his double pawn. So this is not easy. I mean, right now this is attacked, and I would suggest not protecting it with a pawn, because we still need to play b4 at some point in the game, I guess. So going back with the bishop would make sense if he's just doing nothing. I don't know, going back with the rook. Then maybe we can try. Okay, first we need to protect this pawn before we go there. But yeah, maybe like this. Hello, Wismu. Nice that you're here. Yeah, okay, interesting. Let's see if he can make something out of it. So he's in no danger of losing this, but still the question if it's enough to win this, right? Okay, let's look at the Austrian Bundestrainer, national coach, Markus Ragger, against Maximilian Ney from Dresden. So what is this position? He has the bishop pair. And he has more room. He can also play c4 in the future. He can also play c3 if he doesn't want d4 to get weak. So c3 is the safe choice, definitely. But yeah, so this knight is kind of sad right now. So it probably needs to go over this route to get somewhere again. So here it's not really doing anything. Yeah, maybe bishop c7 to attack this pawn, c3, something like this. Could happen. Threatening mate ourselves, hehe. But yeah, so I would always choose this position to play with white. Not so easy. I mean, at some point black would like to play e5 or c5, but this is also opening up the position, right? Oh, we have one decisive game already. Let's see what happened there. So as soon as I see, we have 2 draws already today and 1 decisive game. So let's see what happened there. So this is the first decisive game. Raunak Sadhvani, strong Indian player, playing at board 6 for Düsseldorf. So he's playing board 6 for Düsseldorf. 2660. That's so much elo. Okay, we have, yeah, some Rosolimo here, h3. That makes sense because you don't want him to play bishop g4 himself, and also want to see a little bit, okay, is he playing with e5 or not, because that also depends on where we're gonna put our knight. So h3, and we also don't want to castle right away because maybe in some lines we can still castle alongside. Knight c3. And oh yeah, this is he also playing with knight f8? I think this was played in a world championship of Caruana against Carlsen, where a lot of Rossolimo was played. Yes, so I think this is the route, the same route that the knight was doing there. Yeah, also knight h2 is really typical to make the f pawn moving here. So takes, knight goes back, and I mean, classical chess is exciting, 100%. It's not as much happening, but oh, we have another decisive game. We will also look to that in a second. It's Zendarov against Fiantenina Rakomentamaharo. I'm also really curious how that ended, because we didn't look at that game for a while. So let's see in a second. It's either too fast or too slow. You think your favorite thing for watching is rapid? Yeah, I mean, makes sense, because then you also still have time to think yourself, because in Blitz sometimes it's like dut. Okay, whatever. So here he played e5. Giving up the pawn for just, I mean, it's not really hanging because this one is also hanging, but also opening the lines, right? Getting this square here. So this is a really nice move. He went back with his knight. We don't want to trade pieces. And now we protect this pawn. Oh, wow. This is crazy. Playing g4 in this position when you're short castled and he is long castled, that this is a playable move is crazy to me. Wow. Look at g4 here. That is some GM move here. Okay, he takes, we take, and then we're just chilling here with our king. Getting our pieces on better. Oh my god, look at that knight. That really made a route. And it was also on h2 earlier, right? So this is the route this knight made. Impressive, really impressive. So here he can also just take here. I mean, he's already like, what? A pawn up? 2 pawns up? Okay, but he played like this. This is crazy to me. How he played with g4. Okay, actually it's only one pawn, but this one is hanging really severely. Yeah. You cannot protect this pawn anymore. And if we come to the 7th rank, our e-pawn is also unstoppable. So yeah, wow, that was a game. Wow, I'm really impressed by this g4 move. That was really great. Wow. Okay, then we also go to the Zendarov game. Wow, this looks also fun. So you remember when I said I'm surprised that he chooses to play King's Indian against such a strong player, because it's known that it's a good advantage for white, the King's Indian. But usually it's not played so much on top level. So I'm surprised that he chose this opening against a top level world-class player. Bishop b7, rook d1, and b4 here. Taking space. And I mean, this bishop is not so good on g7 because everything it's doing, it's looking at its own pawn here. c5. Ooh, Ooh, the knight wants to go here, picking some juicy stuff up. Okay, I mean, this knight is awesome now. I mean, if he takes, we take back and have a pass pawn here, which is really strong. Also, his knight on h6 is so disorganized. Also, we threaten sometimes to take here, and then h6 is hanging. So this is all really, really uncoordinated here for black. a4, knight f7, takes, and just running on this side. Playing on both sides at the same time. Black is just like his king is weak. We have better pieces. Okay. Taking, having the passed pawn. Okay, here d6 immediately seems to be really strong because I guess king is just too weak. Like, we can just take here, and just try to get this position open with the weak king here. Bishop c4. Okay, but we don't have to do it immediately. But yeah, just this taking advantage of this king being so weak would have been an option here. Bishop e3 instead. Takes, f4. Ooh, we're just not moving our bishop away. Instead, we're doing this. Getting the pawn out of the way to attack this here. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look at those pawns. They're just so strong. They're just so strong. This is really not good for black. So this was really a game on one goal here. This was really a game on one goal. So Sindarov is back after he drew yesterday. He's still a top scorer, I guess, because he only drew 2 games and won the rest of them. So really convincing so far. Yeah. Okay, we haven't watched David Howell in a while. Okay, those pawns are a little bit weaker, but if I'm right, we are pawn up. We are pawn up, so I guess there was a pawn sacrifice on b3 by black. So let's see how this happened. Yeah, he just sacrificed the pawn for getting the bishop pair and weakening the pawn structure. And this is the position right now. I mean, if white manages to play b4 somehow, that would be nice. To not make him play like a5. So I think a5 is actually a good move here for black. So we cannot play b4 as easily. Oh yeah, also, if you're watching from YouTube, we would appreciate a like. I would appreciate a like there. So yes, thanks for reminding Powell. Yeah, I mean, the knight can also go to f5, which is a really nice square for it. We can definitely think about that. Interesting. Ooh, looks like Daizizao is playing pretty, like, it looks like St. Pauli is having some problems here at some boards. So, I mean, elo-wise, St. Pauli is in favor here on board 2 against Daizizao, but the position does not look like that. Wow. There's a knight on f6, a white knight. This doesn't look really nice for black, if I'm being honest. This is also a really weak pawn here. Maybe knight g5, going for it, just attacking it somehow. We could also try to play rook c2 and queen c1 to double our pieces here on the c file. That also looks like a decent plan. Wow, yeah, so okay, let's say we're trying to double our pieces here. What do you want to do? Do you want to trade the knights? Okay, what if I'm just like... the king cutting it off on the 7th rank? It needs to chill here. And then just going to the 8th rank. Yeah, okay. So we do have a lot of threats here. So we just need to make sure that more pieces are involved. So rook c2, queen c7 seems really logical. This is so weak, this king, and the pieces are so disorganized. Like, this bishop looks nice, but it's not really doing anything. Wow. Okay. And then next board. Okay, here it seems like St. Pauli is having a decent position against Daizizao. I mean, the black king is still in the middle, so he never made it to castling. We can attack the queen here. Queen needs to move away, and then we can even go here, right? Queen goes somewhere. And this looks like a really nice move. I mean, you cannot take here. We can also give a check here, maybe. King d7 and a4. Just taking here and giving check here. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, knight e3, knight f5 looks like a really nice plan here. Let's go back to Vincent Keimer. So that was a really interesting position earlier. So the last time we checked is when white played d4, and we thought c5 here would be a good idea to have some, yeah, standing against that center here, but he actually decided to play knight f6 instead. I mean, also attacking this pawn a little, maybe trading here. He decided to take on b5. He also could have taken here and then go for the d5 thing. I think this actually looks pretty good for white because the bishop needs to move, and then we can go with c5 afterwards, maybe. Yeah, we do have a lot of space, and those pieces are not really doing anything. But okay, white decided to just take on b5 instead. Vincent, yeah, took here and then back. And now we have this position here. Okay, b4 is... Let's look at the position before. Because b4 is actually a really interesting move here. So white has the bishop pair, and I mean, we also have to look at f7 always. We need to be a little bit careful as black here. We can also make pressure against this pawn here, but it seems like he wanted to just play b4. I mean, if you take, we can play rook b8, and this one is not really easy to protect. Okay, let's say bishop d2. We just say, okay, this is a bad doubled pawn. You can live with that if you want to. Bishop d6. Okay, interesting. But you could also, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't want his queen to protect this pawn the whole time. Okay, sacrificing the pawn. But I mean, he could also think about just playing a4 because then he has a passed pawn, right? Yeah, maybe we'll go for that one. Rook a8. Yeah, maybe that's not so easy. Probably he will just take here, I guess. And then after rook... Oh, sorry. So taking after rook b8, bishop d2. That seems like a logical continuation of this position here. And also we're getting closer to time trouble, guys. So they only have like 20 minutes left. So we're getting to the exciting phase of the game soon. Happy Sunday, I wish you the same. Yeah, no, I think he will take there on b4. The longer I look at b4, the more I like it. Because this is just making things really uncomfortable for white. Like, this queen is standing a little bit weird between all these pawns. Oh, it actually happened like this. So he took and rook b8 was played. So this is the position right now. And I do think he should protect this pawn, because if we can just take it, then this is also weak and we have a really pleasant position with black. So I think he should try to hang on with this pawn for a little bit longer. Okay, let's look. We just play like bishop d6. What are we doing? Maybe rook c1? Oh, we go here, so we prepare this, or what? Oh, maybe also e4. Okay, seems like white has some problems here. Suddenly all our pieces are playing here and threatening stuff. This is really nice. Look at this coordination. All of the pieces here are kind of bound to do some things to protect some pieces. This is also weak, by the way. So, okay, he decided to give up the pawn right away. He didn't want to hang on this one. We could think about playing e4 first. Because if we take here with the rook, he can play bishop d2. We need to move the rook again. And then we cannot no longer play e4 so easy. This is weak. I mean, we can still, but okay, it seems like in this position e4 is a strong move because the knight doesn't really have a lot of squares to go. And now we can play this, and this rook cannot be attacked by bishop d2. So this is a nice Zwischenzug. And then knight f1, knight e5, and we're jumping in there, guys. We're jumping in there. Woohoo! So it seems like here, this is the position right now. It seems like here e4 is a really nice move. Okay, we have a wish from YouTube that we should look into the Erigaisi game, and for sure we can do this. We weren't there for a while, so I'm happy to go there. Thanks for the request. So this is the position right now, but we'll go a little bit back in time to understand what happened since we last watched. So, okay, knight d2 was played. I think we saw that. And rook c8, knight goes to c4. Oh, and here we can take this pawn. So, I mean, here was still 3 times protected, but in this position, takes. And then before, oh, this is the same line where in the end this one is probably hanging. Okay, wow. We need to go through this slowly, but what was left in the end? Our bishop and knight against rook and 3 pawns. Yeah, rook and 3 pawns against 2 pieces. So this is probably already like a decent amount of pawns for black. So yeah, let's look back at this move. Knight takes e4. So this is taking a pawn of black. So black is taking back. And now b4. Bishop takes c2. Already capturing the second pawn here. And taking the rook. And taking the third pawn. So yeah, maybe he underestimated that like taking on c2 and then also getting this pawn is a lot of pawns for us. Yeah. So now we get this position, short castling. Okay, this is the position right now. So, I mean, it looks like this one is hanging, but not really, because when take, this is also hanging in the end. And yeah, as black, we're happy to trade pieces because the more pieces are traded off, the stronger the pawns get, right? Because right now the pawns are not really dangerous to become a queen because there's so many pieces on the way, but when we trade pieces, then it gets stronger. Stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah, this is looking not too bad for Arjun here. Oh, he actually decided to go for this line. He decided to go for this line. Yeah, this is not what happened. This is not what happened here, guys. So this is a mistake at the board. So I'm pretty sure in this position he took back the queen. And then it's like bishop takes g5, rook takes d3, and then it's white to move. But after those moves here, it's black to move. But here it's white to move in this position. So they need to fix that, but I'm sure they will do this in a second. So yeah, in this position, it's white to move. And yeah, our pawns are getting stronger. I mean, we still have the bishop pair is white, so that's something. But I do think that Arjun could win again today. I definitely think so. No, this is Bundesliga. Bundesliga is always classical chess. So they have 1 hour and 30 minutes in the beginning, but they get 30 seconds extra for every move. And after 40 minutes, they get an extra... after 40 moves, they get an extra 30 minutes. Yes. Okay, so they're probably fixing this any second. How is Nepo doing? I mean, he has just upped the pawn he won earlier, and when we looked at it the last time, we all already said the A pawn is probably gonna be strong, and this is just the extra pawn we still have. So black is in really big danger here. I don't think there's a lot left to do, and he has so much time. Oh my god, like 48 minutes. Imagine losing against Nepo and he didn't even need time to beat you. Yeah, this pawn is just slowly promoting. Something like this. This is not gonna end good for black here. Oh, also, guys, do you remember this position here? So, black decided to repeat moves, even though, like, I mean, he is a really strong player, so I understand it that you're fine with the draw. But yeah, so in general, as we already said, 2 pieces against a rook and a pawn are usually a little better, especially when there's still so much material on the board. But I do understand, like against a super strong grandmaster like Victor Bologan, it's okay to play a draw. It's okay to play a draw. Yeah, he just went crazy here in this position with knight c6. He thought he'll get something, but in the end he had this position which is not really good, and he realized that, and yeah, took the draw, which is a good decision, I guess. Ooh, we have another decisive game already. This is interesting because Nicolas Lubbe, he already lost yesterday, so I'm really sorry if he lost again. That's tough. That's really tough. Also when... Okay, so far everything normal. White taking the space with c5. Yeah, that's a really normal reaction would be to immediately play with b6. Try to do something against that space here. b4, but this is also really normal everything still. Okay, yeah, black needs to also get their pieces in the game, so e5 makes a lot of sense, freeing the bishop on c8 here. b4, e4. I wonder how he lost this game so quick here. He lost it with white. Ah, okay, he's white here. And... Okay, so... Black is attacking somehow. But everything should be fine. Ooh, okay, this was not good. So, I mean, bishop h3 is threatening here because this pawn is pinned. But it seems like we should go to the h file. It's not good here to go to f1. I'm sure we'll see why it's not good. Oh, he's just trying to run away, but he's just giving up this pawn. He's just giving up this pawn right now. Okay, here would be still a thing to sacrifice the piece. But why is it necessary to play like this here? What is threatening? Probably just knight h4, right? Probably this is threatening. Like if we do nothing, I guess knight h4, and this is hanging anyway, and we cannot prevent it. So I guess that's why it would have been better if our king was on h2, because then we could have played with g3. But now g3 is not possible because h3 is hanging. So he gave up this pawn and just resigned. Oh wow. What a quick game here. That's tough. That's tough. That's a really tough loss with white. Yeah, Linux, I was already thinking that they didn't blunder taking back the queen. But yeah, I also think they should fix that soon. Hello, greetings. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is tough. So, I mean, we can have a quick look if he wouldn't have played, like if he would have played like this. Because now if this is happening, yeah, we just try to continue with our attack. And if this is happening now, we can play with g3. We can also play with bishop f1. This is also working right now, but it was not working when our king was standing on f1. So yeah, I mean, our gut is maybe saying us, run away, we're being attacked. But yeah, this is just also blocking a really important score for pieces who could defend us. So like this, we just, yeah. Yeah, this bishop should really be here. Then everything would look different. But yeah, this bishop is really not happy. Okay, that was a tough loss. That was a really tough loss here. Yeah, first results coming in. Okay, this game we also haven't seen today. Solingen gegen Dresden today. Dresden is 5th place right now, and Solingen is 8th place. So also a really strong match between those two teams. Also, I think it's really impressive that Dresden is on 5th place because, yeah, no, I think that's a really good score for them so far. But what is happening here? So here, this was the position. And white decided to play d4, but it seems to not be working. Because, I mean, if you take back, then this one is hanging, and maybe he missed that. But wait, why is it? Oh, double hanging pin. Yeah, you take here and then here, and this is bad. This is really bad. Okay, I guess he missed that. So in this position, he went here. And now c4 is possible. Okay, so we should go somewhere where we can take back with the queen. Because if not, that's a problem. Oh, but after this, it's still this. Oh yeah, so this is still the same problem. If we go here, this one is hanging. And if we go here, this one is hanging next to this one. Oh, this is tough. Yeah, this is just losing a piece here for white. It's fixed now? Okay, awesome. So we can also have another look at the Erigaisi game. This is a really nice tactic though. Queen c3. Okay, good question. Let me think. I guess after queen c3 you can just attack the queen again, and the queen has nowhere on the third rank to protect, right? And if you take here, we'll just take here. I mean, if you take here, this is also hanging. Yeah. After queen c3, we have b4. Just attacking the queen again. Oh, he resigned. Yeah, he resigned in this position. Oh no. That was tough. He just destroyed himself. Like, it was just not possible to play d4 here to open up this line with a knight on f5. That was the mistake here. Actually, here it seems to be fine if you move the king away so that f3 is not also hanging. But yeah, this was just losing here. Oh no, this did not happen. So he resigned in this position here. In that case, you only lose in the exchange. Yeah, I mean, we can look at this line real quick. So now you want to take here, but then I can also take here. Yeah, I can take here first. Oh, I'm just mating you, guys. I'm just mating you. Haha! I'm just mating you here. Yeah. So this is not working for white either. Yeah, but after knight g3 we have queen takes h3 checkmate. But yeah, good call. I mean, knight g3 was preventing rook h1 knight, but we also have the queen then coming in. Chess is hard. That's true. That's true. Okay, how is David Howell doing? So he was up a pawn the last time because black sacrificed it to get the bishop pair. He's still up this pawn. But he managed to play b4, so black never played a5 to prevent this. Maybe we can play a5 ourselves. Yes, you tried. No, it was a good suggestion. It was a good suggestion. Yeah, just trying to keep the position closed here. a5, bishop a7. Maybe even b5. Getting rid of this double pawn here. If he takes, we take. Attacking. Oops. Attacking this one. Yeah, so maybe a5 followed by b5. Because then we also have a passed pawn if he takes, right? Rook e1. Yeah. Looks like a normal move to me. I mean, even though it's just protecting this pawn, right? But this pawn is not even attacked. Because maybe also in the future, maybe want to play f4. We don't know yet. So maybe it can also just stay on f1 for now. Also, as soon as we move the rook away, this could also be weak sometimes. But yeah, maybe king h1 is an idea to prepare something like f4. Could also be an idea here. Okay, let's go back to Vincent, because the last time we watched, he had a super interesting position here. I'm curious if he played it. So we saw this position here, right? So Vincent, he sacrificed this pawn and of taking back here. So this is protected twice, but if you try to protect it with bishop d2, you're just pinned everywhere. So he decided to better give it up right away. But Vincent did not play immediately. He found the best move again, which is e4. And yes, e4 has the idea of attacking the knight. And if the knight goes d2, to d2, your bishop cannot go to d2 anymore and attack our rook here. And we're also taking a lot of space and can go with our knight to d3 at some point. So this pawn also makes some really nice, attractive new options for us. So that was really nice. I'm happy that he played this move. The knight actually went to d4 instead. Now we took on b4. He took on b4 with his bishop. Rook back to f1 and bishop d6. Bishop b3, rook a8, and this is the position now. And I think now there's nothing which prevents us on getting our knight into action. Going to e5, I mean also looking at the bishop here on c4, the knight is just so much better here. And this pawn is really nice protected. So, okay, he decides to go another route. He decides to go over h4. See, Eric Geisy Games is giving some weird move for bishop. Yeah, but I think that was corrected. That was a mistake, but I think that was corrected. So here, bishop b5 is a threat, is chat saying. Okay, let's look into bishop b5. I mean, if we move the queen, for sure this is hanging. So what do we do after bishop b5 here? I'm just thinking if this check here is an option. Because if you take, maybe I can take here, but you can also take with the knight, right? But then I take here. Yeah, maybe. Can I take? Yeah. Ha! I saw it, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, knight f3 is the best move because after this, you're almost made here. I mean, this is threatening, and I also threaten to go here. So if you play f4, I just come in with a knight. This is pretty much game over. Okay, you're trying to escape here. Okay, I can just open up this file here. Okay, so no, but good that you saw that this is a threat, but I guess Vincent saw that here he can play knight f3. Yeah, and after knight f3 takes, we can just take the bishop here. So yeah, knight h4, really nice idea. Yeah, that's a really nice tactics actually. So is it also threatening when we do nothing? Like if we just move our... I really like how Vincent played so far today. Yeah. For a human, this is unplayable. For white field, yeah, it's really uncomfortable. He has 11 minutes left. Okay, so the question here was, what if g3? So I think then it's just hanging on h3. This is not working. So, I mean, yes, my knight is hanging, but then you're also mate because this opens up this diagonal. So I think you cannot move any pawn here on this side. You just have to wait. Like maybe, okay, let's say you do something like this, just like nothing. It's not threatening. Oh, maybe we can play knight f3 here. White is just not allowed to take back. I mean, this is still just mate because it's threatening here. So the king just has to move. And then we could, for example, trade the knights and just get active here on those squares. Okay, so YouTube chat is talking about Erigaisi game. We can also check that again. Wait, trying to find it. Ah, there. Okay, so you were talking about the move Stockfish recommended after move rook to c6. So in this position, you said it's weird that bishop e3 was suggested, because bishop e3 is running into d4. Yeah, I agree that's not a move you would play, like provoking him to play d4. But this also was not been played. Instead, bishop f3. And then in this position, this is the position we have right now. So again, we have a rook and 3 pawns against 2 bishops. And this should be better for black, especially this is a passed pawn. But the bishop pair can also be dangerous sometimes, so still need to watch out a little here with black. But yeah, this should be better for Arjun. Okay, Arjun has 17 minutes for the next 9 moves, so this is also good time management. He's just activating his king, because you need all of your pieces to win in an endgame. That's most likely the case. Oh, we also got the result that Jan Gustafsson drew his game. He drew his game in this position. Did they repeat moves? No. White just offered a draw here. I mean, this one is hanging. What do we do to protect it? Okay, why is this suggested here? Why can this not be taken? Okay, so it says we do have some counterplay if we get to the A file, but this is not something I would want to play with black here. Just give up this pawn. Yeah, I can understand Jan for accepting the draw here, because I mean, it looks like we wanted to do something here, but I mean, there's no real danger here for white. So yeah, no, a draw seems like a fair result, because this rook is just more active than this rook, and we can also get our knight in here as white get the A file. So yeah, I understand him. I understand him for playing a draw here in this position. No shame on that. Yeah, Düsseldorf, they are having good results so far. Yeah, they're already in a 3.5 lead. I can show this to you. Here, so this is the standings here right now. They already have a 3.5 lead. They had 2 wins and 3 draws already. So this is pretty strong. Yeah, 2 quick wins they had here. Zindarov and Raunak. I mean, in the other matches, it's still really okay. Soling also won 2 games already against Dresden. They also are in a really good position here. It's interesting that Deggendorf is in the lead against Hamburg. We saw the game where Nicolas Lubbe lost. But yeah, Deggendorf is right now like 14th place, I think. Something like this. They're not... Yeah, it's really tough for them right now. So yeah, that's really nice that they have a chance here of beating Hamburg, actually. That would be not so great for Hamburg. Okay, yeah, so these are the standings right now. Let's get back to the game. Just some quick overview here. What's happening? How are the Dutch players doing? Who in specific do you want to see? So, I mean, we have Max Warmerdam for sure. Then we have Anish Giri. Oh, Anish Giri already finished his game, I just saw. He drew in this position. So Anish Giri played the Blumenfeld counter gambit where he sacrificed the pawn, and it looked like he didn't get the pawn back until the end, and he offered a draw himself in this position here. And White accepted the draw, move 29. I mean, yeah, here's still the pawn down. These pawns can get really dangerous, but also this king has some weak squares. So in time scramble, this could get dangerous, but yeah, Anish was just like, yeah, draw, let's do it. You don't think Deggendorf will leave the league? They have good chances for the remaining rounds. Will Bayern Munich drop? I mean, I don't know who is gonna drop in the end, but yeah, I mean, it also depends on who you already played and who you still have to play. So if you already played all the top teams, for sure that's then easier for the remaining rounds. Oh, and then Bertzen against Frolik. Yes, we can also watch into that. I think we haven't seen Bertzen yesterday. He's also a really nice GM from Netherlands. Okay, so what happened here? Let's look into this game. So, seems like we have some Dutch fans here. Really nice to see that. E4, C5. Okay, we already saw that. Oh, okay, here we have Bishop D7. Bishop D7 is, yeah, known to not be played if you really want to win the game, because the position is a little bit more boring. Sure, sure. I'm really happy if you write any wishes in the chat, so I'm not just looking at the games I'm most interested in. C3, knight f6, d4. Okay, so here we could think about taking here, like taking this pawn, but this seems like a really dangerous line because we're not developed here at all. So I understand why he chose not to take this pawn here on e4. And yeah, rather went back with his knight back to b8, just chilling there, getting his knight over f5. Wow, this knight really went places here already. Okay, now it finally has been traded. So it went to b8 back, to e7, to f5, to h6, and then traded here. Wow, this knight has been on a journey. But now I think it's fine. After this knight has been traded, it was a little bit of a problem. But now this king is super weak, right? With those two pawns. So White is in a little danger here. Maybe he overextended a little bit. h6 and just castling alongside. Wow, this is a really nice move here. Just h6, he takes and then castling alongside. g5. En passant. Okay, he also could have played g5 here. I mean, this is also getting weak. And then this next move. Okay, but he decided to play f4. And then his plan is probably to play queen g4 or what, g5? Okay, he just wanted to give up the f pawn to get the file, maybe. To the f file. Really interesting game. But I do think that this king is a lot safer than this king. In this, so okay, this is the position. So we got some moves coming in. So what happened here? Oh wow, a lot of moves came in at the same point. Okay, so f4 he took, queen g4. He went there, bishop b5, and took on h4. So this is the position right now. I don't know in what position you meant knight takes d4, but this is the position right now. White has only 2 minutes left against 5 minutes. Oh, they're only in move 25. This is gonna be wild. They're only in move 25 for the next 15 moves. They only have okay, yeah. This is gonna be wild. Okay, we need to come back to this in a second. But you also wanted to see Vrolik, how he's doing. And Max Warmadam, I don't know if we've seen him already, because you went all the Dutch guys here. So Max Warmadam has this position here. Wow, this is also... The Dutch guys are up for a fight today. And this king here is also really interesting. Smits and Van Veli maybe also. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Who? So here he had to stay on the first rank for some reasons. But this is a mistake. This is a blunder. White is winning with queen f6. Oh, I guess because... Okay, but why is this not threatening when we go somewhere else? Like, in this position, what are we doing here? This is just coming next move here. And checkmate. But why is this not happening when we go, for example, here? Take there. Why can we not just go here? Oh, because here is with a check and then we're in some problems. Okay, so in this position, this, then queen a4. And then we have a perpetual. Okay, this is not easy to see. So this is a mistake because we had perpetuals in the other lines. But here it's just winning. So Max Warmadam is about to lose. This is crazy. This is he will not be happy. Really crazy lines. Yes, 100%. Okay, so we have a next wish for Aravind. Okay, I will just... I think he won yesterday as well. So they're in move 24. What? They're in move 24? Ah, this is crazy. Okay, but we don't have a black move. It should come any second because it says that he has no time left. Okay, so material is even, but the king is a little bit weaker, and you also have this double pawn here, and I already have my rooks doubled, so this should be a decent advantage here for white. I mean, if you try to take here, yeah, at some point I can just go for this pawn, maybe also this pawn. No, I don't think he resigned. I think we just lost the transmission here. I think we lost the transmission because all of the first 16 boards, one person lost on time. So I think we're missing the transmission here. Also here, because you asked for the Dutch people, here, this was a really nice game here by Erwin Lamy. He won because if the queen goes to the e-file, this one is hanging, and then f3 is also hanging. This was really nice. Okay, Jan Smeets, he won this position here. Okay, what is happening here? h4. And if the bishop goes away, we just have a mate here. That is really pretty. That is really pretty. Okay, he can still try to go here, but we will just attack him again. He is not really anywhere to go. Yeah. Okay, so this is a really nice ending here. h4, bishop goes away, and then here's mate. I mean, here's mate. Hello, dancing pawn. Hello, hello, hello. Show that low time again, please. Yes, 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 I will. I mean, everyone is getting low on time right now. That is crazy. I mean, we can also like see Vincent Keimer. He has also like 8 moves left, 8 minutes. So this is also pretty crazy. Okay, his knight is not on e5 yet. I will go to the other time travel game again. Or was there another wish I forgot to look at? Let me know if there was another wish I forgot. But yeah, what happened here in the last few moves? So we saw knight h4. Because after bishop b5, we have the knight sacrifice on f3 and kind of mating him. So he went for queen e2. And okay, here we could have thought about bringing the rook in somehow. Would have been a good move. Okay, not easy to find. Always easier when you have the engine on. Okay, this knight is getting to c6 and this knight going back to h4. I don't know if maybe his plan is to go here, but this knight, I mean, it looks really good, but it's also really far away from the king, right? So maybe we can do something still on the king side here. Maybe we can still do something on the king side. Van Veli. No, he's still playing. Van Veli has this position here. They moved 29. So they still have 11 moves to play here. Against Uwe Bönsch. Okay, material is even. This king looks a little bit more loose. So he is also in a pin. But yeah, it seems like you can just play knight f3 because of takes, sorry, knight f3, knight f3, and if takes, this one here is protected. So there's not too much material left here. Okay, guys, you wanted to go back to the Bertzen game. It was this one here. Okay, we also lost transmission here, sadly. So yeah, we'll come back when we have the moves again, but yeah, it was still 15 moves for the last few minutes. Oh, and Frolik. Okay, here's this position where we also lost the transmission. Okay, we have different side castles, so also really interesting. We have a lot of different side castling here today, so this is really exciting because these games always tend to be a little bit more crazy. Okay, so black is up in exchange. But we have a pawn for that as white. Yeah, but I think the exchange is really, really good here. Also, we can open up lines soon when our rook is not hanging. And the knights are really nasty. Like, yes, we have the bishop pair is white, but the bishop pair is not so good right now compared to the knights. The knights can really jump around and make some trouble, but the bishops are kind of like, this needs to protect this pawn here. This is just looking at this own pawn. So I guess this is really a little bit better for him. Okay, Arjun Erigaisi, move 36, so he almost made it to move 40. I'm sorry that I'm changing the game so quick right now, but so many moves are just happening right now, so I want to capture the most interesting games here. So, okay, I think he will just improve slowly. Now he can double his pawns on the his rooks on the c file, and at some point he will try to move forward with his pawns here. So, we have Leonardo Costa. Ooh, they still have 7 moves to go here. And Leonardo Costa, okay, he's up 1 pawn. But this one is also just hanging, and this one is also weak. And the thing is, you cannot really take here because your rook is hanging. So here the moves will fly in. Oh, they are updated. That's really nice. Yeah, you cannot take because this is hanging, and if you go away, I will just take here myself. And this is really bad for white. Okay, seems like Leonardo Costa is winning again. He already won yesterday. This is a crazy good weekend for him. Really good for him. Okay, so you wanted to see this game, right? They still have 7 moves to play. A lot of moves are gonna be played here. Karl Reinecke, actually no, not that I know of. I don't think that I'm related to him. He had 9 children. I mean, maybe he is my great-great-grandfather and I didn't know that. Okay, so what was there? A knight, okay. So we're probably just gonna take that back. I mean, yes, white is up a pawn, but this king is just so damn weak here. Yeah, let's see how he's gonna do this in this time trouble here. We can bring our next rook in, threatening rook g4. This is a really nice idea here for black. You thought g takes, threatening rook g8. Yeah? Looks also really good. Looks also really good. I think both is really good. White looks completely knackered, so if he gets a draw, it would be a miracle. Yes, definitely. Okay, he doesn't want to trade the rooks. Now, I guess rook g3, so against this one, but then we play queen h5. And we still have to win this with black. We still have 5 moves to go in the time trouble here. Yeah, this is really interesting. How is he gonna win this? Both have 1 minute left for the last 5 moves here. Queen h5, threatening maybe this. Is it even threatening though? Can the king just walk to f2? I mean, if we don't mate, then those pawns are super dangerous, right? So we better keep the queens on the board here as black. Wow, now rook g4 is the best move. Because if you take, we have queen h2 check mate. And if you take like this, we have also, yeah, checkmate here or here. So yeah, rook g4 is the best move here. Really nice move, I think. Hanging, but not really hanging, because yeah, it's just mate all over. Let's see if he does that. No. Oh, he didn't see it. Ha! He didn't see it, I guess. What is queen h6? Oh, he just didn't want to trade. Okay, but I'm curious. What if have happened if maybe this would have... Well, then we just take here and have this mate. I see. Yeah. Yeah, this would have been kind of game. Okay, maybe we can go here. And here, maybe he, yeah, but then f4 is hanging. Okay, well, he played queen h6. And now white is getting some counterplay here, running with his pawns, which are really strong here. Wow, still 3 moves to go. Both people, only 1 minute left here. Okay, we will also look at the Arjun game in a second. Oh, he blundered. He just blundered mate. You cannot take back because of checkmate. Yeah, this is game over. So in this position, it was actually not as lost anymore. I don't know why he played this, to be honest. Like this seemed to still have some counterplay here. Warum wird die deutsche Bundesliga in English kommentiert? I mean, we thought English would be better for all the international players here as well, because there's so many top players from all over the world. So yes, that's why we thought English would be better. Okay, Vincent Keimer actually drew this position here. He repeated moves. Okay, so interesting. I mean, I think he played a really nice game, and he definitely had, like, put the pressure on his opponent the whole time. And he was better. He was better, but yeah, here rook b4 also seems like a good move. And just doubling the pawn, the rooks on the b file. But he kind of lost what he was doing here. He just shuffled his pieces, and then yeah. Mark is appreciating the English commentary. Happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. Arjun won? You mean Aravind? Oh yes, Aravind won here. Oh, he won really quick. I mean, the last thing we saw was that his rooks were doubled here. Wait a second. This position we saw. So he won this really quickly. Rooks were traded. f4. Knight getting in here, attacking everything. g4. King f3. Oh. Wow. Poor king. Everything is just falling completely apart here. We just take this and then this, and the king is so bad over there. So yeah, he just showed that playing without the rook and such a bad king, like the knights really made an amazing job here. Okay, how is Arjun doing? He actually did double his rooks. So we saw that. Oh, he did play e4 here, which seems to be not the best move. So it seems to be better to get all the pawns rolling first before advancing. I mean, Max says because now the bishop can get active, but if we play with g5 first, the bishop cannot get active. So maybe that's just a point. Wait a second. He's just giving up this one because, and this is actually winning if he, for black, if he would have taken, because these pawns are just too strong. That is interesting. Like, this bishop is better than this rook. It's not doing anything here. Wow. He's just not taking there. And now he's again giving up his rook, but again, okay, here he actually could take, but I think it's not as easy anymore. I mean, these pawns are dangerous, but it seems like it's still a draw. So yeah, he's playing, I mean, he really wants to push with this pawn. I mean, imagine now we already had this position and we could have tried to get the bishop away. Well, then I guess you can learn a lot from the best players in the world here, since the German Bundesliga is really the strongest league in the world. Chess league. Yeah, but White made a good job on blocking all these pawns here. No, he wrote, I don't really understand chess so much because my ELO is 1790. Yes, but you almost translated it right. Yeah, this is a really interesting position. I mean, in theory, black is up material, but he's willing to give up his exchange for having passed pawns here. But it seems like it's still a draw. Okay, so now they just all entered the 40th move. So now we can get a quick overview on what happened so far. Okay, board 1, actually black won here. So that was the game with the advanced French, where we saw this position the last time, where in this position white is in theory still up a pawn, but those pawns are just hanging, so we'll get one of them back for sure. And maybe the other in the future too. Oh wow, he's just, wow, look at the last 5 moves. He's just like out of nowhere. Okay, I'm gonna take some room here. Like his last moves were basically just like, yeah, whatever. This is crazy. I mean, this is some super GM stuff. Really interesting. I mean, still not developing those pieces. Just taking the room. This is really impressive. And it was good. It was good too. So he just made sure that the king will always be weak here, having all the pawns on the black squares, so the white squares are super weak. Okay, rooks are traded. But yeah, now, as I said, the rooks are on white, the pawns are on white. This is good for us because we have a black squared bishop. Yeah, now we can just go in here and get this pawn. This is amazing. This is amazing. Yeah, wow. Like this pawn can just not be protected because this square is here and we cannot go here because of this pawn. So all this plan here with advancing the pawn was just basically to get an endgame where this is such a big weakness. Yes, I will go to Vrolik in a second. Yeah, and I guess here. Okay, still not too easy, right? Okay, I guess this king is just too far away. It's not where the stuff is happening. Yeah, so this pawn is protecting this one and this one is just a runner. And if we go here, this is also hanging, so white cannot do anything. This was actually a really nice endgame here as well. That was really impressive, yeah. Okay, you wanted to go to the Vrolik game again. Okay, also a lot happened here. Okay, black is still up the exchange, but white got 2 pawns for it, and the queens and everything else is from the board. So that's, I guess, good because there was some attack earlier. Also not too much pieces left here, but if someone is winning, I would say white now. Because we can build like a pass pawn here on this side. I mean, it does take some time, but we also have good pieces. Like this protects this one. Our knight is really nice because we always have the pressure on e6. This rook needs to protect the e-pawn, so it cannot really go anywhere else right now. Alright guys, he got advantage again. Oh nice. We will also check that out. What do we have here? Oh. White is down some really lot material. This is not gonna turn out good for white. This would be, oh my god, white is Georg Meier. What happened to his queen here? He will not be happy in losing this game here. What happened there? Okay, let's have a quick look what happened to his queen. So here everything was fine. This is just normal game so far. I mean, he has a really decent position. Like, just improving his pieces. This is all still... Oh, now his queen has nowhere to go. He just blundered his queen in one move. I mean, you can take here and then you have to give it up for some material, but yeah, this was not how it should have happened. So now he has like a queen and a piece for 2 rooks, and this is better for black. Oh wow, so yeah, this really sucked. Yeah, this is really a tough blunder there. Okay, Erigaisi, you say, okay, so what happened here? He moved rook c4, and again, white didn't take the exchange. Instead, he played f4. Okay, but f4 actually maybe gives us the option to at some point play this without him taking here, maybe? Even GMs blunder queens in one move. Beautiful, yeah. Maybe he also miscalculated the position afterwards. Maybe he thought the 2 rooks are fine. But yeah, maybe he just missed that his queen has nowhere to go. Yeah, he imprisoned his queen. You say it. You say it. I mean, Eric, guys, he already played for a really long game yesterday, but it seems like he's enjoying playing for so long. So today again, he has a draw-ish looking endgame, but yeah, playing on and on and on. Yeah, this is actually a really interesting endgame, not gonna lie. I don't think that black is in danger of losing here. He still has some ideas to improve his position. But yeah, for example, in this position, I guess he shouldn't take back anymore, because now we just take back with the rook and slowly try to... Yeah, how actually? Like, what happens in this position here? Just b3 and d4. Yeah, okay, but this is really interesting that you can give up this like this. Okay, g3 was played. Now maybe try to get our king involved, but we cannot go to c5, which sucks a little. So where are we going? Where are we actually going? Mm, 36. Yes, Leonardo Costa won. He just beat NGM today. Okay, let's... Oh! Dinara Wagner also won. Okay, let's see what happened there. So she already had a really beautiful game yesterday. And today she had to play against Benoni. I mean, that's the name of the opening, not the name of the opponent. And okay, she decided to take the bishop here, even though the bishop is not the happiest person on the board. But she said, okay, I'll have the bishop pair now. Just improving my position. Okay, here it seems like it would have been better if she first tried to improve her knight a little. But okay, she went for immediate e5, takes, and f5. Okay, that's nice. I mean, she is down one pawn right now because she sacrificed it. But black is really tied up. Like, this knight cannot move, this pawn is super weak, we have maybe some ideas with promoting this at some point, maybe taking here at some point. So really not easy to play this with black. Knight a4, getting our knight in. Taking on g6. Okay, here black is actually better when I just try to hold on. I mean, they're still up a pawn, black here. But really complicated position, I have to admit. This knight is good, but okay, he decided to sacrifice the exchange. Still really complicated position here. And now this bishop suddenly got good because this pawn is no longer here. So this really is a big thing for black here in this position. Okay, white sacrificed the exchange back. In this position... Oh no, he just missed rook d1. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah, so like right now he can still protect it like this, but he wanted to overprotect this. But then rook d1 is just losing. Oh no, he just missed this one and he resigned. He resigned in move 40. He was really low on time when he played this. Yeah. He could have played like this, for example. I mean, not easy. Not easy. Okay, but we have to play with the e-pawn here. We have to play with the e-pawn. That's the way to go here. Yeah, she won. She won. White won. So that's good for Dinara. She won both games this weekend, which is really nice. Really, really nice. Okay, what other games are still ongoing? Okay, here we didn't get... Okay, I guess he lost here. Dennis. Okay, the last move was move 41 we got here. Dennis is black, Dennis Wagner. And I mean, his king is definitely better than the king on f3, but there is also not much material left, so it really well could be that this ends in a draw again. Okay, what game is still going on? We also have this game here, Pentala Hare Krishna. Oh, we already had this rook bishop endgame a while ago, but we still have it. Okay, so white is still up a pawn, black still has these double pawns. So at some point we need to try to make another pass pawn. This one alone is not enough. We need to try to get another pass pawn on the right side of the board. That's the way how we can win this game with white, but not easy. But yeah, I guess in this position we can really activate ourselves with king g5 and stuff like this. Okay, now we take back. And then we can try to push the h pawn, and then we get a second passed pawn. So that should be enough for winning here. Okay, let's see the other games that are still running. So we have this game as well. Wow, a lot of rook bishop endgames today. Okay, but in this position white is up 2 pawns, which should be enough. Okay, but this is also weak. We can only protect it with the rook, and this is protected by the bishop. Maybe we can try to go after this pawn here. Okay, let's say we play like this. Bishop c4 and this. Oh, we can probably not really take here because the endgame would have been... No, is this really... I think now we have 3 extra pawns. I think in this position we can really allow ourselves to take here. Because 3 pawns, even if the bishops are different colors, we can allow to do that. You can never beat the master players. That's all a matter of practice. Okay, so I think he can just go after this pawn twice and then capture it. That's how I would do it. Okay, we also have this game going. Still going. Move 42. Yeah, let's just look at the games that are still going. I mean, white is up a pawn, but his king can be checked in a lot of ways. So in this position here, we're also pinned to this knight. So this is not enough for white to win here. The king is just too weak and the pieces are too disorganized. But yeah, this is still a really, really interesting game. Yeah, maybe f5. Not so easy. Ergaisi is now completely winning. How did he do that? I mean, it was really hard to even find good moves for his opponent, so I'm not surprised, but I still want to see what happened. Okay, so what happened here? So we had this position. So here he seems like could have played h4, would have been better. Okay, he went over with his king. Oh, so this is just a position. So this was just a bad move here. Because now rook c3 seems good. And the bishop needs to go somewhere. But we can still play b3 afterwards. So rook c3 followed by b3 is, I think, a really good threat here. We just roll with our pawns here. We just roll with our pawns. This is really pretty, actually. So rook c3 here. Okay, I mean, what happens after rook c3, bishop takes d5? Seems like this is working. We take with check, takes back. And this is a winning endgame. Wow. We have 2 pawns against the bishop, but this is winning. Because the king is too far away now. King e2, king c5, king d1, king d4. This is really pretty that this endgame here in the ending is winning. Yes, rook c3, he needs to calculate this move for sure. And after rook c3, what is after rook takes? Just chilling with king d7. So here it is good to give up this pawn with a check. Because in the end, the endgame with a piece down is winning. Wow. I'm sure he's calculating that right now. Yeah, that is pretty. That is really pretty. Nepo won his game. Yeah, let's take another look at the standings so we don't miss if some important match decisions here. So, okay. Congratulations to Viernheim. They already beaten Kirchweiher. Mülheim Nord against Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied is still open. So, that's that. Then we have Bad Mergentheim against Düsseldorf, where Düsseldorf beaten them pretty impressively so far. So they won already four boards here. Solingen seems to have a good thing against Dresden right now. Seems that they can win this today. Should win this also, which would be a really big win because, as I said, Dresden is right now on 5th place, so that's a really good call. Okay, Hamburg against Deggendorf seems to be really tight right now. So Leonardo won, which was a really important win because Nicolas Lube lost. But yeah, we can have another look at this match here. Okay, and then St. Pauli is in the lead against Deizisau. Wow, this is also big news. And we also still have a lot of games going there. So, and then Werder Bremen against OSG Baden-Baden, also still really interesting because oh wow. Okay, I want to see I want to see the game here from Werder Bremen against Baden-Baden. Let's look at that. We haven't looked at this. Oh, I'm sorry. So what is happening here? Wow, what is happening here? Black is down in exchange in 2 pawns, but also his king is just in the middle of the board. It's not looking too good. Okay, so that means if he wins for Baden-Baden, then the other 2 boards would at least have 1 win. But yeah, here also it seems like Baden is gonna win. So yeah, I think Baden is gonna win against Bremen today. They have 2 winning positions. He's just up a piece here, so that should also be fine for Rapport here. Yeah, just queen c3, next move, collecting this, trying to promote this. This should be the deal. We have 1 more game going here. I mean, he is up a pawn, but even if he wins and the other 2 lose, that's still a loss. Go Hare Krishna. Yes, he's really impressing us. Okay, so I think Werder Bremen is gonna lose today. So what was the other close matchup? St. Pauli. St. Pauli is really interesting because the most of the games, so 5 games are still playing. Let's start with their board 1, David Howell. Okay, so he used to be up the pawn because his opponent sacrificed. Not right now, but there are a lot of weak pawns in the black here. Okay, what if just something like rook e8? Why is this so much better for white? Just because those pieces are so disorganized and we're gonna go in there soon? I mean, what happens if you take here? Oh, our rook. Oh, the rook can just not move anywhere. This is the only where I can move. This is crazy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. This is mate. I see. I see. So we also have some mating threats here. So you cannot take here because rook d8 is just lethal. Thank you so much for following. Indian players have been doing good. Yes, yes. We've seen really nice games. Okay, so this seems to be really good for white, so also for St. Pauli, and St. Pauli is already in the lead here today. So let's look at the second board. Okay, this is not looking too good for St. Pauli. So here the pawns are just running through, I feel like. Wow. I mean, material wise, we have 2 pieces against the rook, which is also already better for white, but these pawns are just running through. Like, you cannot prevent it. We can also just give a check here. Check. Okay, this is not... Just attacking this pawn here. Collecting all the pawns. You can do so much. Okay, so here Daizizao is winning. But then we also have this game going. Oh, where it also seems for Daizizao to be winning. He is a pawn up. Wow. So if we think Howell is winning, then Christiansen is losing. Igor here is losing, then it would be 3.5 to 3.5, right? If I'm not mistaken. Or no, wait, we have 2 more games. So we have 3 to 3 it would be. And here, oh, this is actually really interesting. So black is up in exchange, but white has a lot of passed pawns here. This is really interesting. Is there a way to win? Okay, it seems like, for example, after this, we just go here. And then we get a passed pawn here. And this is really good. So, or even, yeah, we can even play b6 first. And then when the rook moves, we just play this and promote. This is a really nice trick. So basically here, this is the only move. Rook g8, g3, and then rook g4 to give check from the side. So this one is gonna fall. Okay, so this is threatening here. So we can also give this pawn up and then play b6. But the difference is that now the king is close enough, right? Now he can, he can give up his rook, and this is a drawn endgame because the knight is too far away. Wow, okay. But he has to play, yeah, king f6, of course. King f5 is running into this one here. This is, yeah, interesting endgame. Really interesting endgame here. But it seems like rook g8 is the only move to draw for black here. So this could end in a draw. And then everything would go down to this game. Which, if someone wins, it will be black because they're up a pawn. White is not gonna. So if everything happens how we just said it, this match will end 4-4. So in a tie. Interesting. Okay, Hamburg is also really interesting because it's 2.5 to 2.5. So we still have this board here going. Oh, this was the endgame where we just said the king is too weak, and even though we have an extra pawn, probably not winnable. Then we have this game. Oh, haha! Black is not gonna have a fun time in the next hour. I mean, white is for sure trying to win this game, and black just needs to defend himself. Yeah, okay. So maybe this is gonna end in a draw, we don't know, but maybe also white will win this. And if, yeah, white will win this, this would be a point for Deggendorf. So not looking, okay, here Hamburg is winning, here Hamburg is winning. So yeah, it really depends if the rook and the bishop will win against the rook or not. Really comes down to that. That really depends on how this match will turn out in the end. Because, okay, just looking at the... So rook h2 was actually winning. Why? Why can we not just go here? King e2. Okay, so that's why we need to play rook h2, so we can just promote our pawn. But why is this not winning? Because now king e3. Wow, he just blundered this. He just blundered this. But what is after this? This. 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 And bishop d4. This is checkmate. He just blundered. He just blundered the win of the team. Because, okay, he didn't play it. He can actually give up the bishop. Because this is just a runner. Arjun did play rook c3. Wow, this is some badass move. That is some badass move. Okay, so here rook c5. Taking and running through. That bishop is... I mean, it, yeah, it's not really preventing anything happening in here. That's an issue. Okay, let's look at the Erigaisi thing again. Wow. I'm really impressed. I mean, how long did he think about this move? Yeah, he did think about this move 15 minutes. Totally understandable. But let's look at this line again, yeah? So in this position, you play rook d3, takes c6, takes d2, takes, and this endgame is winning now. With the piece down, it's winning. And he calculated that. But he also calculated... Yeah, so this just happened. Wow. Yeah, so if this would have happened, we just go away. This is still hanging. So I don't know if the rook goes here. We can just play rook d6. And if takes, this pawn is, I guess, just promoting. Yeah, this pawn is probably just promoting. If we go here, just b3. Just promoting. Wow. Okay, so he did take here, rook d3, and this is the position right now. If he takes here first, we give a check here. What? What? And this is winning again. Yeah, bro is showing why he was 2800. This is so nice. This is such a nice endgame here. Really impressing. I'm really, really impressed. He really calculated all of this. Yeah, now his opponent is like, ah, what is happening here? Okay, Hare Krishna is still up the pawn in this position. Let's see how he proceeds here. They will get into the second time trouble phase soon, I guess. Yeah, Mülheim Nord is probably Willy winning today against Heimbach Weiß-Neuwied. Yeah. Deggendorf against Hamburg is 4-4. And St. Pauli against Deizisau is 2-2. Yeah, this could also end 4-4. Really, really interesting here. At least it's more dramatic than fishing. A nice change of pace now that I'll be devoting less time to the bullet. Yeah, I mean, you need to sometimes just look at the board and think for a couple of minutes. Not having the adrenaline rush that we have nowadays with all these TikTok and whatever thing, everything need to happen so fast and so quick. So just enjoy, look at the board and think about what's gonna happen here. Having a little watch party here. Okay, I'm thinking like we cannot really like, why can we not just take this pawn here? Ooh, this is checkmate. Haha. Okay, so he cannot go there. He has to go back somewhere. Okay, it seems like he's kind of in a mating net here. And we will also get this pawn then. This is dangerous for him. Okay, I see. So we'll try to do it like this and then get our king in. And we're willing to give up this pawn for that. Yes, 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 party. Hello, AT. Nice that you're here. Nine minutes left for him. Yeah, I think rook a8 is a really nice move because then this bishop is pinned on this file for now. Because when it moves, the rook behind it is hanging. Really nice. Okay. Markus Raga, our Austrian national coach. Materials even. He does have the bishop pair though. Okay, is the rook here good or in danger? Because it cannot really move anywhere. Okay, it can move to c8, so it's probably a good rook. Maybe we can just walk in with our king. Okay, what happens if we just take the pawn here? Oh, a6 and then b2 is hanging in the end. So in this position a4 and then we'll take this one next move. Or what? Because now, like now if we take an a6, we can also take here, here, and then a2 is not hanging anymore. And we already have a really advanced pass pawn. So in this position here, white should be winning because this piece is, I mean, look at this bishop and look at this rook. Not happy. Not happy. Yeah, so this was also uneven colored bishops, but those pawns are probably stronger than those pawns. Because there are also, again, some mating ideas when we get to this point. So this looks pretty promising for white here. Yeah, Solling is gonna win. So let's look again at the match between Hamburg and Deggendorf, because this is really still not clear what's gonna happen here. Yeah, thanks, No Leopardo. Thank you so much for the raid, Master Chess Dojo. I'm not sure to which channel it went, but welcome everyone. Thank you so much. Welcome. I cannot see to which channel. I only have all of the chats open here together. I hope you had an amazing stream. We're looking at the Bundesliga right now. Strongest chess league in the world. And we have the last games running here, but those are the most exciting because we still have the matches open between Hamburg and Deggendorf, which is probably gonna end in a draw. And then we also have the match of St. Pauli against Deizisau. Never made it over to the Open? What do you mean? I played the Open in Singapore. Ah. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I'm sure we'll see at another tournament. Gaba won yesterday with a couple of pawns down. I mean, here I think he's in a better shape than a couple moves ago because he still, I mean, this is gonna be a run, right? White is gonna run here and black is gonna run here. So still not completely clear, right? You knew Hannah from TwitchCon, I see. Okay, so if we consider this is gonna end in a draw, maybe not, maybe someone else is gonna win. We still have this game here going. Oh, okay, so here it was completely winning for, wait, no, here was completely winning for black if he just went rook h2, d2, d1, but he wanted to protect this pawn, so he played like this. But in this position, he could still go here, because after take, this is just a runner. But he also did not do that. He went here instead. And yeah, okay, now the bishop gets back. So we said earlier the bishop is not doing anything here, but now it made it back, so now we cannot win this position anymore with black. So if both of these games would end in a draw, then we would have 4 against 4 with Hamburg and Deggendorf. What tournaments are you playing in Australia? Not sure yet. Maybe the Blitz. Okay, Howell still having a great position. This rook here still super lost, doesn't have a single square where he could go. We will collect some pawns here. So I think David Howell is gonna win this. Okay, enjoy your coffee and have a nice time teaching. Okay, then we also have this one. Ooh! Okay, you remember this? We had this position here. We had, I think, this position here, where we said rook g8 needs to be played, and he did play it. c6. Oh, he took. He should have gone here. Okay, not easy to understand all of this, but he took. And this is the position now. And this is winning for white because we just promote this pawn here. Who is down for karaoke? David Howell? That's nice. Wow, this is impressive. So if white managed to win here, St. Pauli might actually beat Deitzisau, which would be a huge win. Yeah, so if he wins, and then David Howell is also gonna win, this would need to end in a draw. So white needs to hold the draw here, but this is completely drawn because the king is in front of these pawns, so that's fine. And yeah, we just shouldn't lose this pawn, but I guess we can manage that. I mean, just as soon as you go here, we go back, protect everything, so that should be fine. Yeah, most of the chess players are nice guys. I mean, they have chess as a hobby, right? Okay, and then we also have yeah, Bremen versus Baden-Baden. Seems like Baden-Baden is gonna win. They have a 3.5 to 2.5 lead right now. Oh no, it's a 4 to 3 lead. And Richard Rapport still playing. Richard Rapport still up the piece, so Baden-Baden is gonna win. So yes, so Hamburg-Deggendorf, still not sure who's gonna win there. Yeah, they're really making it tight until the last games today. Okay, let's have a deeper look into this position. How can white actually win this? I mean, we're just gonna take here the next move. Rook takes a6, and this pawn is gonna get really strong. I mean, maybe he moved the bishop here so he can finally move his rook again. Maybe that was the idea. Maybe also trying to get some kind of counterplay with g4. Maybe that was also an idea. Chess is the best way to speak your mind and have your mouth free to eat. Such a wise line. Maybe Howell can play g4 and hope comes he doesn't know about en passant. Oh yeah. that would be a nice way to end the game, right? Yeah, g4 is a really bad move here. Or is it? Check. Check. Oh, you can just take the bishop here. Yeah, the bishop hangs. Bishop f6. And you can also go to c3 maybe. I mean, we're up a pawn here, and this is a really, really, really important pawn because, yeah, we will just queen here. Okay, let's look at this game again because I think this was really interesting. Engine says it's draw, but I think there can still a lot happen because there's a passer and here's a passer. So I'm not sure if this is so clear. And if someone's gonna win this, is probably gonna decide the match as well. Because the other game that is still going for this match is this one here. Wow, there's also a lot happened since we last watched here. But yeah, so this is also not clear at all. I mean, we do have a second passed pawn here, and white doesn't have any. But the bishop is really bad here. So yeah, this is really, Hamburg could still make it maybe, but really, really difficult. I mean, for me, it would make sense to just move the pawns, try to get them to queen. Okay, this is already losing here. H2. Yeah, you need to be precise here. No. This Heinemann is not related to Josefina, I think. Thank you for following. Thank you so much. Oh, now it's not winning anymore. What happened here? So in this position, he needs to play king c5. Okay, why in the world would you not go to c5 here? I don't understand. Why in the world would you not try to go here to help promote your pawns? That's interesting. I don't understand. I don't understand. I think the double fianchetto is a really solid opening. But like if you want to play exciting chess, maybe something else would be more helpful. Yeah, no one can understand. I really don't understand though why he didn't went to c5. So this might have been the decision for St. Pauli not to win today. Oh, not to draw. Yeah, because he needed to win to make sure they drew. I think. Does that make sense? Yeah, he messed that up. Oh no, now it's probably gonna end in a 4-4 because he drew. If he would have won, then it would have be a 1 endgame. Okay, I'm not even sure, like, are we not even in danger of losing? Okay, what if he goes here first? Oh, then we just go here. And then we go here. Okay, he cannot not allow himself to take this pawn because then it's winning again. Okay. Interesting. E7 was played. Yeah, I mean, rook g8 needs to be played now. Okay, how is Hare Krishna doing? Okay, he wants to go for this pawn, but I don't think that this is an important pawn here. Because he can just protect this one, and trading this against this is not a good trade, I would say. So maybe he's not even gonna win. Okay, Baden-Baden actually won against Werder Bremen. 5-3. So that's that. Yeah, in Hamburg and Deggendorf, still 2 games playing. Same as St. Pauli and Deitzisau. So this is gonna be decisive. Yeah, Solingen is gonna win against Dresden. Oh, Mülheim Nord against Heimbach-Weißenowid is also still not sure he's gonna win that match. So maybe we can have another look there. So Frolik Liam, who you requested earlier, is also still playing. So white is up 2 pawns. But okay, this pawn here is also hanging on b2. So let's say take. Yeah, probably a draw. Not enough pawns here, right? Yeah, you can just give up your knight for this pawn, and this is a draw. Okay, so Liam Froelich is drawing this game. Then we have this game here, where black is up in exchange, so this is crucial. I mean, you can maybe also just go here and here. This should be completely winning for black. Okay, let's say black is winning. Black would be Heimbach, Weiß, Neuwied. So then it would be a 3-2, 3.5 to 3.5 if black is winning this game. Yeah, you can just, and now you just bring your king in. Somehow, I guess. I mean, white cannot really do anything. Because if the rook moves away, this one is hanging. Also, this pawn is hanging right now, because this is... Yeah, we just go here. White just can't really do anything. So if it really happens that Liam Froelich draws, this ends in a win for black, then everything comes down to this game here. Interesting. So does black know how to mate with a knight and a bishop is the question here. Do you guys know how to mate with a knight and a bishop? I mean, I know it in theory, but if I really manage it on the board is another question. But I guess we all should be able to do it. But yeah, also a question if he wants to be mated like this. I mean, of course, first he's gonna try everything else before he's sacrificing his rook for the pawn. So you 1000% wouldn't. This is gonna be a long game here. This is gonna be a long game. So if he's like, it's gonna be a long game if he wants to be mated with the knight and the bishop. After so many hours, it's not easy. I mean, if you know it, then you should be able. But yeah, 50 move rule and draw. That's true. Yeah, if 50 moves, there's no piece taken and no pawn move, then it's a draw. That's true. Okay, now the rooks are from the board, so now I'm more confident in saying this is really gonna end in a draw. And then, so this is in a match Hamburg against Deggendorf, which is right now 3 against 3. So a tied score. So if this is gonna end in a draw, then everything comes down to this match, which also looks really drawish. So it could end in a 4-4 here, which is really likely. And then we still have, yeah, St. Pauli. St. Pauli against Deizisau is 3.5 to 3.5. So let's check that again. So that is the last game. Oh, he's winning again. What happened? Oh, he really went for that line. Guys, do you remember when I told you, like, he can just do nothing? But he actually went for this pawn. And he shouldn't have done this. He just should have chilled. He should have chilled and do nothing. Like, just just don't do anything. Just don't allow the king in. But he actually let the king in, and now it's winning. Oh my god, this decides the game. This was a wild endgame. So resourceful. Not much left, but so resourceful here. So if white win, that means they win against Daitzisau today, which is a huge win. Okay, what is with this move? This is also winning. Oh, but this is not winning, because then it's a draw again. We need our knight. Or maybe to block this so we can queen without him sacrificing. This is a wild endgame. One draw. King goes away. King b6, for example, and then we just go here. And if this, we go here. And if a king move, we go here. Zack! So this is winning now. So it seems like St. Pauli is winning today against Daitzisau. This is huge. Yeah, this is gonna end any second. They only have seconds on the clock left. They only have seconds left on their clock. Yeah. Next move, knight f8 and resign. Wow, this is really deciding the game in the end. Feuerstark Alyosha here, winning with the white piece against Rustem Dautov. So strong, wow. What a nice endgame. So many surprises also for us. Okay, Hare Krishna still trying to win here. Oh, Arjun is also still playing. No, I think he is like, we lost transmission here, I guess. I think we lost transmission here. Oh, now we have it. Now we have it again. Yeah, Arjun had a tough time with his rating. So it really came down to this endgame here. So look, he played rook c3 here, giving away this pawn with a check. And calculating that this endgame, a piece down is winning. This is so impressive. This is so impressive. Calculated all of this. He had to calculate all of this beforehand. And now he's just queening. This is so impressive, guys. Yeah, this was a really nice endgame by Arjun here. This was a really nice endgame by Arjun. Yeah, if black is winning. King just coming in. You just have no moves left here. You just have no moves left. Like, if the bishop moves, this is hanging. If the king moves, isn't this like mate, kinda? Yeah, this is just... So you cannot move the king, you cannot move the bishop. And if you move the rook, then this bishop is hanging. So this is just lost. Yeah, he resigned here. So this is a really important game for Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied. So it's 3 against 3. We still have this game going, which we think is gonna end in a draw here, because there are not enough pawns left. So then everything will come down to this game. So yeah, I guess black is gonna win this game. I mean, if he knows how to mate with knight and bishop. He will need to show if he knows how to mate with knight and bishop, definitely. So that is that. So they will win if they will mate with knight and bishop. Yeah, Solingen is gonna win. Solingen is in a really good place. They are in a 3.5 lead and 2 games are still playing. Oh no, they already won. Yeah, Solingen already won. Solingen already won. Yeah, this is the last game in the match Mülheim Nord versus Heimbach-Weiß-Neuwied, and it's 3.5 to 3.5. So I guess what's gonna happen, he will sacrifice his rook for the pawn, and then he will mate with the knight and bishop. So this is gonna go on for a while. So let's see what the other games are doing. So we have this game here. So St. Pauli won. It's official. St. Pauli won 4.5 to 3.5. Congratulations. So yeah, so we do have the knight thing going on, the knight and the bishop, and then this game. But if this is ending in a draw, then we will also have a draw here. So a 4 against 4 for Hamburg and Deggendorf. So yeah, I mean, this is probably gonna end in a draw. They will play this on for a while. So what is happening in... So which games are still going on? So oh! Guys! This was the game where we said it's gonna be a draw. It's not gonna be a draw anymore. Mülheim might be winning this match. Oh, they were winning anyway, right? Because we said if he's win this, then... But now he might not... Yeah, so what happened here? Oh, he needed to go here. and then here. Because if the knight moves, this is hanging. And we get the pawn. Okay, so Mülheim is gonna win today. So what is the position right now? This is the position. Okay, and this pawn is just too strong now. This pawn is just queening. Okay, so Liam Froelich is actually gonna win. This is a big win for him. So yeah, Mülheim is gonna win today. Then yeah, we will see if he will mate with the knight and bishop here later. Then we have this game as well. Where Hari Krishna is still up a pawn, but I think he will not win this anymore because he has not his a pawn anymore, and that was crucial. So the a pawn against d double pawn trade was not did not help him to win this. Then we have Markus Raga. Hello, Emro. We have this position. Okay, so we have different colors bishops. And this is not enough here for white. Only one pawn up. This should be a draw. 100%. Then we have this game. Also gonna be a draw. So yeah, that's about it, guys. So what a matchup. We can look at the table one last time. At the standings here. So I will update those. So Viernheim won today. Mülheim Nord is also gonna win, as we saw. Düsseldorf is unstoppable. They won again today, 6.5. So they're so strong as a team. It's crazy. Then Solingen also won against Dresden today. It's a big win for them because Dresden had a really good season so far. Hamburg against Deggendorf is gonna end in a draw probably because the last game didn't look too promising here. And then St. Pauli also big win. St. Pauli did win with against Deizisau. Yes, Giri of course with a draw today. And then Baden-Baden won against Bremen. Also really interesting matchup there, but that St. Pauli won against Deizisau is probably the biggest surprise today. So yes. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Yes, particularly the 3 minutes of German. That was the highlight today. And thanks you everyone for joining. Thank you for letting me commentate for Lichess. I had a lot of fun. And I think it's really nice that we do cover the Bundesliga because it is the strongest chess league in the world, and really happy that yeah, I could cover it for you today. Yes, thanks for everyone coming along today, and I wish you an amazing end of the weekend, and maybe see you soon. Also leave a follow there for Lichess on YouTube and on Twitch. So yes, thank you so much and have an awesome weekend, everyone. Bye.